Hi guys, welcome to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. My name's Ian Yates. That's me there with some familiar faces. And I look after web design tuts for the guys at Envato. I'm going to be presenting this course, taking you through things step by step. Now we have a lot to cover and we'll be talking about a lot of the basics, but even if you're not a total novice, there'll be plenty to take on board which can refresh your memory or smooth out some of the bad habits which inevitably form over the course of time. We're going to be working towards a website design. There it is. But it's worth noting that this isn't a Photoshop, HTML, CSS walkthrough. We will cover a lot of that, but more importantly, this course aims to get you thinking about the process of designing a website. We're going to break things up into 5 sections. Firstly, there'll be planning, where we'll look at your clients and users, and that will lead us into usability. We'll look at selecting content, and then wrap up with a video about goals. Our second section will focus on design concepts, beginning with a few guidelines, inspiration, style and themes, conceptual sketching, grids and layout, the all-important anatomy of a web page, and lastly, white space. And there's a reason for that piece of cheese being there, which you'll find out later. We'll then move on to the nuts and bolts of web design by looking at site elements, background textures, navigation, typography, features sections, forms, and the footer. Then section 4 will lead us into prepping our design. It's a relatively brief section comprised of just 3 videos. We'll look at deciding what should be handled with CSS, and then we'll look into sprite sheets, and lastly organization. The final section, section 5, will concentrate on implementing your design. We're going to choose our applications, look at the web standards model, then we'll cover our markup and talk a bit about semantics. Then we'll move on to styling our markup before looking at browsers, and then we'll have a couple of videos on JavaScript behavior. Lastly, we'll perform some cross-browser testing before finally implementing Google Analytics. Now there's a lot to take in, but we'll go about things at a relaxed pace and the final result will make it all worthwhile. Okay, make yourself a coffee or a cup of tea and let's get going. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. My name is Ian Yates and today we're going to quickly look at planning. We're going to start by asking a simple question. What is web design? Well, the answer is easy, isn't it? Web design is pouring the internet for inspiration and then opening a graphics application like Photoshop or Fireworks, designing something pretty and then building it for a web browser, correct? No, of course it isn't. Web design is this. It's an iceberg. See, there's a little penguin there just to prove it. Now this, what you're looking at here, is the tip of the iceberg, and that's what we've just discussed. This is the fun bit in many people's eyes. It's the HTML and the CSS. The tip of the iceberg is the building of the website. As you'll have probably gathered from this brilliant metaphor, there's a great deal of the process hidden under the surface. And there it is. Now that is your planning. Web design is planning. It's about knowing your choices and making decisions. Get those right and you'll have to spend relatively little time buried in graphics and code. Now it's important to realize there's very little right or wrong in web design. Obvious extremes there being the exception, but there's a great deal of reaction and opinion, and that in a sense is where right and wrong comes from. It's people's opinions which dictate how they deal with your site and ultimately therefore its success. Now when you're designing a website, you're going to be catering for several parties. There's yourself, the designer. There's more than likely going to be a client whose business interests you're representing. And then ultimately there's the ever important end user. Now each of these 3 have different motives and desires, and it's your job to see that everybody's content with the final result. And that can be awkward, but planning properly will make the process as easy as possible. Now, during this series, we're going to be building a website. It's going to be for a fictional corporate website. So everything that we look at in terms of theory, we're now going to be looking at in relation to that site. So the important thing to take away from this first section is that planning is crucial. Plan big, execute small, as this brilliant diagram demonstrates. It's a pie. Well, it was supposed to be a pie. It looks a bit more like cheese, but you get the idea. Now, while you're planning, you're going to need to get to know your website. So ask yourself questions. Questions like, what are the site's goals? Now, in our case, for our fictional corporate website, we're building a site on behalf of a small business, a business who wants people to understand what it does and to ultimately employ its services. That's going to be our main goal. Now, who's going to be using the site? Again, in our case, clients, existing clients, new clients, and prospective clients, people who will potentially be employing the services of our fictitious company. So what do we expect of these people when they visit the site? At the very least, we want them to go away with the brand firmly embedded in their brains. Perhaps they'll take the message elsewhere and tell someone else about the company. Ideally, we want users to visit the site, get full awareness of what the company is, what it does, and then directly get in touch. So what could potentially get in the way of that? Well, this is a huge topic in itself. But in our case, anything which is going to prevent the user from understanding the site, from understanding the company, anything which is going to distract them and send them elsewhere, or worse, anything which presents the company in a negative light, those are going to be our problems. Those could get in the way of us reaching our goals with this website. Now, in order to properly get an accurate answer to these answers, you're going to need to research properly, but remember to stay flexible. Things change, and you're going to be using a lot of educated assumptions. Now, it doesn't matter how you plan. It doesn't matter whether you're going to use elaborate flowcharts, whether you're a fan of sketching in a Moleskine book, or whether you're going to be planning using lipstick on the mirror of the ladies' toilets in a restaurant. Doesn't matter. Get your ideas and your concepts clear, and the build time will be reduced dramatically. Now, for further reading, I can highly recommend you visit Web Design Tuts. Brilliant site, and I'm going to be sending you back there a great deal during this series because there's an awful lot of content which is going to be backing up pretty much everything I talk about. And this particular article is by Brandon, former editor. It's called Planning Ahead, Ways to Improve Your Web Design Workflow, and it touches upon quite a number of the things that we've just discussed now. Now, we're going to look deeper into planning during the next few sections of this series. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to cover usability. This is Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you very much for listening. Hey guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to look further into the planning aspect of things by examining usability. Let's firstly take a look at what we'll be covering in this video. Firstly, we're going to ask ourselves, what is usability? That's going to take us on to familiarity in web design, ultimately then on to user experience, and finally empathy, putting yourself in the shoes of others. And before we stop and jump into the next video, I'm going to give you a little assignment. Okay, so we'll begin with asking our question, what is usability? It can apply to many aspects of life, but it's a term you're going to hear thrown around quite often in web design, and it all boils down to common sense. Usability, in our case, describes the ease of use of a website. Another word you're going to hear a lot of is intuitive. Something which is used intuitively requires no real forethought. Using it is instinctive, easy, it's usable. Familiar interfaces are great examples of good usability. Tabs, for example. We started to think of these as a web design tool, but they originate, of course, from the tabs on files in an office. We're already familiar with using them in real life, so using them as a means of navigation on a website feels intuitive. You'll find them in websites, in applications, they're present in browsers, and for good reason. Now, a website is a vehicle. It's used to perform a function, to convey a message or communicate ideas, and if it does this well, the user will barely even notice the site itself. At the point when a user becomes conscious of what they're doing, starts thinking about how they should be behaving on a website, there's a chance you're going to lose their attention. They become distracted by the how, when really all they should be concerned with is the what. Now, usability isn't universal. What works well for one site doesn't necessarily work well for another. It's entirely reliant on each individual, such as this chap, which is why it's so important to determine who your users are when planning a website. By generalizing your user group, you can approximate their behavior, their desires, their motives, and then get a better idea of how they will deal with your website. We're talking about user experience. When designing a site for your user, you're designing his or her experience. Whereas you, the designer, may analyze a site by its aesthetics or its clever use of JavaScript, and the client might judge a site simply by how much cash it generates, the end user really shouldn't be assessing anything at all. They should just be experiencing it. So who are our users? Well, we're going to need to ask ourselves some questions, such as, for example, how old are they? We're going to need to cater for their visual tastes in order to draw them in, but we may also need to consider their individual usage needs. Perhaps we're dealing with the elderly or the young, in which case font size could be crucial. Where are they from? For example, we're still a long way from global equality where internet is concerned, and some nations are far less accustomed to making online transactions than others. Trust is hugely important when encouraging somebody to tap in their credit card details. Not all countries are like the US, where we can assume a certain level of e-commerce savvy. How will they use a site? Well, increasingly these days, we have to consider the devices our site will be viewed on. That nice jQuery drop-down menu you've built, are you sure it works okay on a touchscreen tablet? If it doesn't, then you're preventing users from accessing crucial navigational elements of your site. Not great on the usability scale. Now, it's all very well saying know your users, but how do we actually do this? Well, you're going to need to practice empathy, putting yourself in the shoes of others. This great article on Web Design Tuts by Paul Boag covers the forgotten skill of doing just that. He talks about empathy in terms of your colleagues, your clients, your users. It's a great article. I suggest you go and check it out. And it's classic web designer behavior, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone, to be defensive of your work, to get wound up and irritated by people who see your design differently. It took me a long time to accept that my wife's perception of my design is just as valid as anybody else's. So test your designs on different people, accept constructive criticism, and soon you'll become accustomed to designing through the eyes of a user. Now, while we're on the subject of further reading, I can also recommend you check out Steve Krug's Don't Make Me Think. It's the seminal usability reference, and it makes common sense really seem like common sense. Great book. Go and check it out. And lastly, I'm going to ask you to ask yourself some questions so we can continue to develop our corporate website theme. So have a look at these questions before we jump onto the next video. For example, who is potentially going to be using our site? What will they expect to gain from doing so? And what do we expect from them whilst they're there? Give those questions some thought, and then we can move on to the next section. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to look at content. This is Ian Yates, and again from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for listening. Hey guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to continue with the theory section of this series by looking at content. Let's take a quick look at what we're going to be covering in this video. That's quite a straightforward one, this one. We're first going to take some examples of what we should be including before we look at some examples of what we shouldn't. And then typically before we jump into the next video, I'm going to set you an assignment. Okay, let's look at the first point then. What should we include? Well, this is another one of those lovely subjective questions. What we should or shouldn't include is, of course, entirely down to the type of site we're designing. A blog, a landing page, a portfolio, a web shop, they all need completely different types of content. There are, however, common elements which we can usually apply across the board. Firstly, arguably most importantly, is identity. From the moment someone enters your website, they should know who or what they're dealing with. So make sure there's at least some kind of logo or branding. GetFinch.com is a great example of how to do this without beating around the bush. No messing about. A subtler and more common approach can be seen on the Clear Left website. Logo in the top left, where the eye usually enters the screen, and we'll talk about that more later in the series, backed up by branding colours. Our logos are often located in the top left, and they usually serve as links back to the home page. This is what we call a convention, an aspect of web design which people have come to expect over time. And that's also something we're going to touch upon later in the series. Excuse me. Next up, you'll more often than not need to include primary navigation, and usually immediately visible somewhere above the fold. The fold being the area of a site visible without having to scroll. Now, the website we're going to be working on is going to be a corporate website. We're going to need to make sure that our brand is clear, that our contact information is readily available, and that our message is delivered. And we could deliver that message with straplines, mantras, perhaps even testimonials from happy customers. We'll also have secondary content, and that might not be in your face upon arriving, but can be found if needed, such as an About Us page, for example. And in order to analyse specifically what we want to include, we'll first have to clarify our goals, and we'll be looking at those during the next video. For now though, let's look a little further into what we shouldn't be including. Well, part of what we should have in our website is meaningful content, and while the content itself might not be your responsibility, it will likely be down to a copywriter or the client, you do have responsibility for displaying it properly. People, and that includes you, tend to scan web pages, not read them from start to finish. What you should therefore avoid including is masses of unnecessary content. Keep the body text to the point so that visitors aren't turned off by huge paragraphs and long lines of text. If they're looking for more detailed information, make it easy for them to go and find it. Secondly, avoid anything which can be counted as visual noise. Anything which distracts the user from performing whatever action you expect of them. MrBottles.com is an extreme example here, but visual noise can be as subtle as unnecessary images or striking text on an advert. Now that leads me to my next point, adverts. If a website is funded partially or wholly through ad revenue, you'll need to find somewhere for those ads to live. They need to be a valid part of the site, otherwise nobody's going to click them and they won't generate any income. But make sure they don't take precedence over the genuine content of the website. Lastly, and this may sound obvious, don't include anything for the sake of it. Don't fill the footer with social links if the client doesn't have any use for them, and don't animate the logo just because you can. Okay, it's time for some further reading. I want you to take a look at this article on minimalist web design by Kurt Ziegler. It's another great web design tuts article, and in it he talks about removing clutter, which elaborates further on what we just talked about with visual noise. Now, as a little assignment before you jump into the next video, I want you to think about our corporate website and ask yourself the following questions. What is it you want the users to see when they arrive on the site? Secondly, what do you believe should be the secondary content on our website? That's it, simple as that. Okay, next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to be looking at goals. This is Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thanks again for listening. Hey guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to complete our coverage of planning by looking at goals. Let's first take a quick look at what we're going to be covering in this video. We're going to begin by defining business goals, and then we're going to look at measuring success by using those goals before we add a little bit of clarity to the whole lot. And then lastly, as usual, I'm going to set a little assignment before we jump into the next video. Now, we're going to play Cupid today and do some matchmaking. No, we're not suddenly designing an online dating service. We're still looking at our corporate website. But we've mentioned a couple of times that there are several players involved in this whole process. There's yourself, the client, and the targeted users. Well, your website has to fulfill one essential role, and that is aligning the user's desires with the client's requirements. To understand how we match these two up, we need to have a clear idea of our client's goals. Without clear business goals, we can't specify the site's goals, we've nothing to aim for, and therefore nothing by which to measure our success. Let's have a look at some examples of specific business goals. First up, generating new leads. Now in this case, the site would be acting as a marketing tool, aiming to promote something and gather responses from users. Success would be measured by the acquisition of new leads and new customers. Or then there's the completing of online sales. E-commerce goals are fairly clear. The site would exist to sell products and handle the purchasing. Success could be measured in terms of sales figures and cold hard cash. Then there's providing news. Perhaps you're focused on a blog. Goals in this case would be to maintain high quality articles and reach as wide an audience as possible. You want people to read your material and hear your opinions. Success could be measured by the gathering of subscription numbers via a newsletter, social followers, even paying members. Then our last example is building a brand, in which case consolidating the presence of a new or existing brand would be the business goal. Now, measuring the value of successful branding is difficult as it affects all aspects of business. Solid identity sees all manner of gains within an organization, but one measurement of success could be the length of time users spend on your site. The term bounce rate refers to the number of users visiting your site but then leaving before having explored further. One goal when building a brand could be to minimize your site's bounce rate. Now your site may also have secondary goals, or even tertiary goals. If it's an e-commerce project, you'd ideally like to see people leave as happy customers having completed a transaction. If those goals aren't reached, you'd need to investigate why, but in the meantime, you'd perhaps want some other goals to be achieved. You'd at least want visitors to remember your site, so them signing up to your newsletter would be a suitable secondary goal. Now it's important that we're clear about our goals. Ambiguity will only lead to assumptions and then confusion and perhaps even mess up working relationships. Daniel Ritzenhaler, I think I pronounced that correctly, hits upon a great technique in his A List Apart article on taking the guesswork out of design. He breaks down the setting out of goals into this simple equation. We want to, because, so that. Now, using this straightforward formula removes any vagueness from your goals. Let's apply it to one of our previous examples, the blog example. We want to write 5 quality blog posts per month because we want to be taken seriously amongst our peers so that we can build a community of followers. See how well that cleared things up? Now, moving on to some more additional reading, let's look at goal achievement. Google Analytics offers some great methods for measuring successful goal conversion, and we'll be covering analytics later in the series. But in the meantime, this article is one of mine, and it looks at converting your goals. It goes into some detail about what conversion means, talks about optimizing conversion, and then looks at Google Analytics and how it can help you track your goal achievements. Okay, it's assignment time again. So before you jump into the next video, I have a simple task for you to think about whilst you're planning our corporate website. I want you to think of our client's primary goal and place it into context as we did earlier with the blog example. We want to, because, so that. Alright, have fun with that. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to start looking at design concepts. This is Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thanks again for listening. Hey guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and congratulations are in order. You've completed the planning workflow section of the series. Well done. So now we're going to move on to some meaty design concepts. Now this screencast is a little bit different. It just serves as a quick welcome to the design theory section. I'm going to wag my finger at you. Before we jump into design concepts, I'm going to list 3 don'ts. Number 1, don't copy someone else's work. You're surrounded by influential design during every minute of the day, so it's inevitable you're going to take lessons and inspiration away from that. Inspiration can be defined as being mentally stimulated to create something. Plagiarism is when someone recreates or imitates an original piece of work. Copying someone's work does them no justice, it could actually lead to legal trouble, but almost more importantly, it does the copier no favours either. There's a good chance that what's being copied isn't even suitable for the copier's objectives. We're going to look into design decision making in order to tailor our designs to our own needs. Number 2, don't work backwards from a foregone conclusion. You may have a beautiful looking site in your mind's eye, a good start you think, and it's sometimes easier to deal with that than a terrifying blank canvas, but don't try and force your design to fit this attractive vision. Build from the ground up. Lastly, number 3, don't use all available bells and whistles just because you can. It's logical that you'll see the success of some websites and themes and try and recreate that success by including similar tricks. jQuery slideshows, Twitter feeds, Flickr feeds, animated menus, whatever, but don't be fooled into thinking that those are the reasons behind a design's success. Begin at the beginning, then if your design warrants them, use the extra flourishes to enhance your work. Now, as this video was a little bit different, there's no real assignment this time, but I do have more web design tuts recommended reading for you. Check out Be Inspired But Don't Copy by Connor Turnbull. He puts forward some compelling arguments and talks about the difference between copying and being inspired. Alright, lecture over. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to take this lesson a little bit further and examine inspiration. This is Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thanks for listening. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to begin our design concept section by looking at inspiration. First, let's have a look at what we're going to be covering in this video. Well, we're going to begin with that horrible aspect of any design project, designer's block. Then that's going to lead into some useful sources of inspiration, after which we'll look at communities. And then, before we jump into the next video, I'm going to set you a little assignment. So, let's get started. Here, what is that? Oh, it's a blank page. Oh, phew. That's better. I always find it's best to disrupt a blank page with something, just to get me over that first hurdle. To get past the dreaded designer's block, some folk find it useful to get some fresh air or make a cup of coffee, even have a bath, although that's a weird one. At a certain point though, you have to get down and dirty with design. So where should you be drawing your inspiration from? All designers have their own methods of beginning a project, so let's look at various forms of inspiration. Now this is usually going to be down to personal taste. The various resources you find yourself browsing probably appeal to you personally. You certainly admire them, and that's where the inspiration comes from. I have a long list of designers and developers and illustrators who I check up on regularly, but there's no point in me listing them all. Here are just a couple of blogs and galleries I can recommend. For your typographic needs, you should definitely check out the Typekit gallery and blog. Then, for a wider spectrum of web design, you have the CSS Website Awards, which is updated daily with new and original web design brilliance. If you're after theory and practical inspiration, you can't go wrong with A List Apart, industry leaders sharing their secrets. Also, don't be afraid to grab inspiration from unlikely sources. I love the illustration work of French genius Macbeth. Just because he focuses on a medium other than web design, it doesn't mean I can't be inspired by his work. And then you have the work of individuals such as Ormond Clark, who does lovely things with aesthetics. So those are some websites I like to draw inspiration from. But don't forget about offline sources of inspiration. Web design is a natural progression of print design, so dive into magazines, even look at product design or architecture. Many of the principles and ideas are shared with web design. Often, by observing great design in other mediums, you'll be able to draw fresh ideas and bring them to the web. Communities can be a great source of inspiration. Some are open to all, such as Creatica.com. Then there are others, which accept contributions by invite only, but serve as a great way to get inspiration from people busy in the industry right now. Take Forest, for example. Or Dribble.com. These communities are great, because not only can you get tons of visual inspiration, but also genuine help and advice from the very people whose work you're interested in. Getting feedback from your sources of inspiration can be really important, because it can help you understand why you find something inspiring. Once you've found something inspiring, ask yourself why you like it. Examine all the details, the colours, the fonts, the layout, how it's constructed. Once you understand how an inspiring piece works, you can apply the same principles to your own work without directly copying someone's design. You may not even be inspired by a design as a whole. Perhaps your eye's been caught by what Cameron Moll describes as a node of inspiration. Maybe it's the logo type which has you interested. Maybe it's the search box which works extremely well. And web design is built from lots of smaller components, so try and nail down exactly what it is that has your creative juices bubbling. Once you've worked out what it is that you like about something, go elsewhere and look for similar effects. There's no reason why some aspects of your original source of inspiration can't be improved upon. Now let's cover some more examples of further reading, which consolidate a lot of the ideas we've just talked about. First up is this article from the Vandelay Design blog. It addresses several points towards proper inspiration and avoiding copying, like we discussed in one of our earlier videos. Secondly, if you're struggling with designer's block, take a look at this poll on Web Design Tuts and find out how thousands of other designers combat the same problem. There are some pretty creative solutions. Lastly, another poll, this time discussing where folk find their inspiration. Okay, as is usual, it's now time before we dive into the next video for a little assignment. You should be used to this by now. I'd like you to bear in mind that we're working towards a corporate website design. Find 2 elements within other web designs which you find inspirational, effective. They could be menu layouts, footers, examples of typography, whatever. Think about why you've been drawn to them and then how you could achieve similar results. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to get visual and look into the style and theme of things. This is Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for listening. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to get visual and talk about style and theme. Let's begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, we'll start off by defining exactly what we mean by style. Then we're going to look at quite a few examples before we finish off with a note about trends and longevity. And as always, before we jump into the next video, I'll set you a little assignment. Now, you're probably bored of me saying this, but we're back to decision making. Selecting your theme or style is just another choice along the long road of web design. But what do we mean by style and theme? Well, we're referring to visual presence. At its most simple, we could categorize web styles into dark and light, for example. I'm sure you can think of a light website and a dark website off the top of your head right now. We can obviously refine things much further than that. We can categorize styles such as grunge, a grubby, dirty appearance with irregularly positioned and aligned objects, scruffy typography, and often dark and moody. To counter grunge, there's always clean, typically airier than grunge, clearly grid-based and regular, certainly more calming. Then, minimalist websites take clean one step further, stripping away all but the bare essentials. The primary goal, remember we spoke about them, of any minimalist site is usually communicated very clearly. Now, one of my current favourite styles is vintage modernism, which, funnily enough, draws inspiration from both grunge and minimalism, plus some Art Deco and 20th century graphic design thrown in for good measure. Vintage modernism is usually very rich and textured, featuring elaborate typography and fine details. As I suggested in our video about inspiration, you can check out Dribbble for examples. It's overflowing with vintage modernism at the moment. Then this example, by Ethan Marcotte, is actually intended to demonstrate what's known as responsive layouts, but it serves just as well for the purposes of this style example. Anyway, you get the point about style. There are tons of styles to play with, and you can even define them for yourself if you're dead clever. In deciding upon a style for your website, you're communicating with your targeted users. But what are you actually doing? Well, the point of style is in essence threefold. And it's most simple, it sets the mood. It can give brands an air of sophistication, organizations a sense of trust, events an element of fun. Secondly, it allows a user to relate with what he or she is experiencing. Familiar elements will help them feel at ease with the website. Then lastly, style helps the design stand out due to uniqueness, and hopefully therefore remain memorable. Now let's break style down a little further, just so we know what we're dealing with. After all, we're going to have to decide upon our own style for the corporate website we're designing. So how do we control the style of our design? Well, we do it with the component elements such as color, texture, typography, imagery, and layout. Color, as we've already touched upon with light and dark, is an easy way to trigger an emotive response from the user. It can be manipulated by means of the complementation, contrast, and vibrancy. Experiment with color services such as Cooler from Adobe. Pay attention to how different color schemes make you feel. Color also plays a vital role in practical terms, text legibility and leading of the eye, but we'll talk about that further down the line. Now, before we wrap up this video, I want to quickly touch upon one final point, and that is longevity. Trends, such as vintage modernism, which we talked about, come and go, so it's worthwhile considering the shelf life of your website. Take the Envato bundles, for example. There have been a few. There was a Flash bundle, we had the Mac app bundle, and the WordPress bundle, just to name a few. The Envato design team do a great job of pulling these together. They're atmospheric, striking, and they're always right up there with current design trends. But what happens when the trends move on? These pages are going to look outdated. Well, in this case, that doesn't matter. Bundle pages have a tiny shelf life. Once they're done, they're done. They exist to gain maximum impact in the short term. Other sites, however, such as news blogs, are in it for the long haul. Their designs tend to be more sympathetic to longevity. That said, in web design, it's not the end of the world when trends do change. Websites are flexible, nothing set in stone, so they can obviously be updated if needed. Okay, it's time for some further reading. Firstly, I'd like you to read Brandon Moore's article on vintage modernism. Why? Well, because as I mentioned, I like it as a style, so read up on it. Secondly, a brilliant article on colour theory over on, you guessed it, Web Design Tuts. Thomas Cannon covers all you need to know. And before we jump into the next video, as you'll have been expecting, I have a little assignment for you. Keep in mind our corporate web design and ask yourself what kind of style it should follow. Think about who our users will be and therefore what kind of colours and textures, typography would suit their tastes most. Okay, That's it for now. Once again, you've been watching 30 Days to Your First Website Design. In our next video, we're going to take a look at conceptual sketching. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks again for tuning in. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to get practical by looking into conceptual sketching, otherwise known as wireframing or prototyping. As usual, we'll begin with a quick breakdown of what we're going to cover in this video. First off, we're going to ask ourselves what wireframing is, how we go about it, and why it's worthwhile. We'll then look at some tools which will help you along. And lastly, as ever, I'll set you a little assignment before we jump into the next video. Now, when I was at art college many moons ago, we used to do life drawing. Every week our life model, Graham, would drop his robe on the floor and contort himself for a good few hours. And one of the most useful techniques I can remember being taught was taking a big stick of charcoal and being told to sketch one drawing per minute for 10 minutes. To begin with, we felt rushed, of course, but the results were surprisingly effective. It made us really think about what the essentials of our drawings were without getting tangled up in the details, like Graham's face. We were sketching in its rawest form. Now, wireframing appears to all intents and purposes to be a web design equivalent of this, but there's one essential difference between sketching and wireframing. Sketching is part of the creative process. It's brainstorming and experimenting. Wireframing is more about visualizing the information architecture. It's about getting layout and functionality ideas down quickly, establishing relationships, the bare bones of your finished design. So what do we need to practice wireframing? Well, the tools are fairly complicated. You're going to need a piece of this and one of these. Yep, that's it. Of course, you can do your mocking up using all manner of available tools. There are templates for Photoshop, Illustrator, Fireworks, UI kits which can help you lay out website elements quickly and edit them just as quickly if you need to. And we're now going to take a look at a tool called Balsamiq. It's a Flash-based rapid wireframing application, and it comes in desktop or browser flavors. It demonstrates perfectly how we can quickly pull together a wireframe. It's not free, unfortunately, but you can easily make use of the demo version, as I'll show you now. Now, I've downloaded it and installed it to my system, so let's open it up. And there it is. Now, you can see we have a canvas here, plus a menu and a toolbar up at the top. The controls are fairly self-explanatory. The menus are intuitive, and if you're used to working with any graphic application at all, you'll have no trouble. Let's begin with our empty workspace. Now, we can use the toolbars to place various elements on our page, like this. It needn't be perfect. We're looking to demonstrate relationships between the elements on the page and get a rough idea of the layout. It's great for your own reference, it's great for communicating with colleagues how you envisage a layout, and it's perfect for demonstrating web projects to clients. Now let's quickly just mock up our corporate website. We'll begin with, let's see, a horizontal rule. Now we're going to work roughly here. The dimensions aren't really important. We're just going to mock up our layout. We can select these things. We can press shift and move them up and down with restricted movement. We also have, if we copy and paste one of them, you'll be able to see these guides popping up on the left and right. So they can be pretty useful as well. Now we're going to start here with, let's see, let's pop a logo in our top left corner. Just a quick one. There we go. That'll make it a little bit longer and a bit narrower. I want to line it more or less with the grid. Then to the right of our page, we should probably have some form of primary navigation. We'll pop that down there. We'll call that home, that's good. And then we'll have an about us page, perhaps our services. contact link. And this comma delimited list here turns into a neat little navigation bar when we press enter there. Now you can see more guides popping up, so we can see that centralized with our logo there, and it aligns to the right with our horizontal rules. Now within our horizontal rules, we're going to pop in a great big title, a nice big snappy something or other that's going to show people exactly what's going on. Let's see. There we go. Nice little testimonial from a client there. Little on the large side. Double click that and edit it. Oh, that doesn't work. This is just a title. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. Okay, we'll come down to this little window down here. We'll make it central text, and we'll align it with the middle of our page as so. Now we'll move our horizontal rule down a little bit, and we're going to add a button in there which is going to act as a call to action. It's going to encourage people to take some action and have a look further. There we go. That's our button. We'll align that centrally as well. Okay, that's looking good. Now down here we're going to have some more images. So we'll find our image element here. Pop that in. We'll call that thumb 1. Now we're going to work with a rough 3-column layout. So let's just copy that. We'll move another one to the far side here, and then we'll copy it again and move on to the middle of our page. Bang. There's a guide. Very good. Then underneath these, on the 3 columns, we can put some sort of subtitles. So let's have a look. Now if I want to refine the list of elements on this toolbar here, I can just hit one of these buttons which will filter what I'm after. So I'm going to hit text, which is just going to bring up all the text elements here. You can see there are much fewer things to be choosing from. So I'll drag a subtitle down here, and actually subtitle is perfect, so I'll just leave it at that. Okay, and then I'm going to copy and paste that over there, and I'll paste another one over there. Then lastly, let's see, we'll find a paragraph. We'll whack that in there. I'm just going to bring up the browser here. I'm going to grab some dummy text from lipsum.com. Don't need very much. Copy that, send that away again, and paste it in there. That's way too much, but it makes no difference. And you'll see our page is actually stretched to accommodate our larger element there. So we can continue down and make a really, really long page if we needed to. Okay, so we've got a couple of blocks of text in our columns there, thumbnails above them and a subtitle there. Now, the spacing is all over the shop. The alignment is roughly correct, and you've got a very good idea there of how our layout is going to be. You can see more or less the layout in terms of its spacing and the white space, and that's looking pretty good. Now what do we do with that? Well, we can either save it as it is, and we can work on the project later, or we can go to File and we can export it as a PNG image. As you can see here from this little notification here, it should have saved to my desktop. So close this down, pop, and I'll just double click on that image there, and here it is opened up in Photoshop. So now we can use this as a basis for our layout later. It's very handy. Okay, that's enough about that. That was a quick demonstration of fleshing out your wireframe with Balsamiq. Very good. Now, it's time for some further reading, so we'll jump back into our presentation. And I'd firstly like you to read, well, none of this is required reading. These are more resources that I'd like you to check out. They're for your own benefit. First up, We've got wireframes.lanowski.ca. This is a blog about everything wireframe. It's full of examples, resources and tools and news. You'll be amazed at how much there is to say about wireframing. Secondly, take a look at webwithoutwords.com. It's a quirky online resource which demonstrates loads of familiar sites in wireframe form. It's a great way of stepping back and examining the skeletons of effective web design. I've got an example of one here for you. I'll bring back the browser. Recognize this one? Of course you do. Alright. Now lastly, if you're interested in seeing any website wireframed, check out the Wirify bookmark tool. Drag it into your bookmarks, click it whilst you're visiting any web page you choose, and you'll see that page wireframed. Now lastly, a little assignment. I want you to go away and sketch up a wireframe of our corporate site using what I did just a minute ago as a basis. It doesn't matter how you do it, whether you use a pen or paper or if you opt for a tool of some kind. The important thing is to visualize the relationships between all the elements you've sketched out. Okay, that just about wraps up wireframing. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to look at using grids. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about designing with grids. Now we'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, we'll start by asking ourselves, what's so great about grids? What are they and where did they come from? Then we'll have a look at the anatomy of a grid before we check out the 960 grid system. Lastly, we'll touch upon baseline grids before, as usual, I set you a little assignment. So what are grids and why do designers rave on about them so much? Well, grid systems have been around for centuries and have been used as the basis for layout since the earliest days of print. They form vertical and horizontal guides within which a layout can be composed. Designers rely on grids to lend structure to their layout. Grids bring order to chaos, and they take a load of the decision making out of your hands, which allows you to get stuck into the creative aspects of designing. Newspaper layouts, be they online or in print, are clear examples of grid usage, but designs based on a grid don't have to always be quite so obvious. The anatomy of a grid is pretty straightforward. The proportions can alter depending on the framework or your personal approach, but the composite elements remain the same. You have margins, which form the space between the container and the content of the grid. Then, of course, we have the columns, which are the vertically running bands within a grid, and the gutters, which are the spaces between them. Then we're left with the rows and the flow lines, which run horizontally across the grid. So those are the bits and bobs which comprise the whole thing. Now, adhering to these guides will help bring order to your design, which helps the flow of your layout, it clarifies relationships between design elements, and strengthens the hierarchy, or the level of importance, attached to individual components. Improperly aligned objects might not sound like a big problem, but they can be subconsciously distracting for the user, making for a less pleasant user experience. Then again, deliberately breaking the boundaries of a grid can bring instant attention to a detail. Now you can design a grid yourself, open up your graphic application, be it Photoshop, Fireworks, Illustrator, whatever, then use the native grid, ruler and guide tools to build a system on which to base your design. But where web design is concerned, it's often easier to grab one of the many available grid frameworks. They more often than not come with a variety of graphic templates, backed up by CSS files for making the transition to the browser straightforward. Now we're going to have a look at the 960 grid system on which we're going to base our corporate website layout. So we'll open up a browser and we'll just go and visit the site straight away, 960.gs, there we go. And you can see here we've got a big old download button. Great example of a call to action if ever I saw one. So we'll just click that for the time being so it's downloading. Won't take long. You can see here there's a lot of documentation, a whole load of examples of sites which make use of the 960 grid framework. You'll probably recognize some of them. Then we've got some snippets and examples at the bottom, and some more resources such as tutorials, including a couple by NetTuts here. Now that's finished downloading, so I'm going to show that in my Finder and double click it just to decompress it. Okay, I'll get rid of my browser. So what we have within our file here from the 960 grid system is a load of directories. We have some plugins for apps, we have the code which I was talking about earlier, the CSS, and some demos which run that. Then we have these sketch sheets which are brilliant. Now the 960 grid system works on a basis of 960 pixels width, and the various templates come in 12, 16 or 24 column variants. Now we'll just open up the 16 column variant sketch sheet here, and you can see it. You can imagine printing this. You've got the dummy browser area there, and you can just scribble away on them and plan out your web designs. Clearly see here the columns and the gutters laid out for you. But for the time being, we're going to check out the templates. Now they're catered for pretty much every possible application here. You can see Balsamic here, which we touched on a couple of videos ago. We have CorelDRAW, should you use that, Fireworks, Illustrator, Photoshop. We're going to open a Photoshop example now, so I'm just going to open up this 12 column variant and bring it into my window here. It's a very simple file. It's just a background, you can see my layers here, with an additional layer for our 12 column grid. Now I can toggle that to make it visible or invisible depending on what I'm doing. But for the time being, I'm just going to quickly drag in some assets I've prepared just to show you how quickly you can pull together an effective looking layout. I'm just going to bring up my guides here with Control and Command and colon. There we go. Now I'm snapping to my guides as well, which helps me bring everything in line. So I've got a big header there. I'm going to drag in a little subheader there. That goes to the left of the document as well. Oops. Like that. Now let's see, I've got a horizontal rule which I can place somewhere like that. Oops. Let's try this again. Remove that auto select, just shift that over to the left. Okay, now I've got a couple of paragraphs of text which I can drag over at the same time. I prepared these earlier because it was a lot quicker and less boring for you to watch. So we've got those nicely forming two columns there with a gutter in between, you can see, and just 3 blocks of colour to illustrate how versatile the system is, because I've now got 3 columns of equal width as well. Now if I get rid of my guides, and I get rid of the columns, you can see I've very quickly pulled together a very neat and clear layout. A good relationship between the columns and everything involved. It's very quick, but we're going to dive further into this when we actually start laying out our design. We're going to use the 960 grid system. So for the time being, we'll jump back into our presentation, because we've talked a lot about the vertical aspects of the grid, such as this, but now we're going to have a look at the horizontal elements, namely the baseline grid. Now the baseline grid is also very useful, particularly in terms of having large bodies of text. Baseline grid, which runs horizontally, is extremely useful. Now conforming to a baseline grid means regulating the line height and the vertical spacing of your text. Regardless of the font size, the line height of all elements must stick to the grid. Now, we have here an example which I mocked up earlier, and which is available in the download files for this video. It comprises paragraphs and headings, various font sizes, but crucially they all share line heights and vertical spacing which fit to the grid, whether it be 20 pixels or 40 pixels. There you can see the line heights illustrated, and here you have the margins. Now you can see by the time the text reaches the bottom of the page, it's still perfectly aligned, which is very easy on the eye. Now you might say, big deal, but here's an example of exactly the same text, exactly the same font sizes, but with headings with slightly different line heights. Now you can see it doesn't match up properly, and suddenly it's a bit irritating to the eye. Okay, it's time for some further reading now. Firstly, I'd like you to check out thegridsystem.org. It has a ton of grid resources and references all in one place. Great site. Secondly, to dive further into using the 960 grid system, have a look at this article on Web Design Tuts. It covers using the 960 grid system from a beginner's perspective. Now, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you, and you might be able to guess what this one is. I want you to download the 960 grid system, open up a template in your application of choice, and practice laying out columns of text and headers. That's all. Okay, that's it for now. Once again, you've been watching 30 Days to Your First Website Design. In our next video, we're going to take a look at the anatomy of a web page. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Touch Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Touch Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about the anatomy of a web page. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Firstly, we're going to examine the idea of conventions. Then we're going to open up Photoshop and take a look at what we're accustomed to as the anatomy of a web page. Then we'll look at a few common examples, and before we jump into the next video, I'm going to set you a small assignment. So let's just consider this idea of conventions. And no, I'm not talking about Star Trek conventions. What I mean by that is behavior and structure which we as users have come to expect over the course of time. And I'm not just referring to web design here, I'm including all graphic design. And as I've mentioned, web design is the offspring of print design and has inherited a lot of its practices from its parent. Now we are, for example, accustomed to visiting a website and seeing a logo, primary navigation, perhaps a heading of some kind, all at the top of the page. And it's logical we should do this, particularly in the West, where we read written page from top left to the bottom right. It's comfortable for us and it's instinctive. Therefore it's become common practice to place important elements, those at the top of the information hierarchy, at the top of the page. Often, as we've mentioned in previous videos, the logo will be placed top left, the first thing our eyes meet when they enter the page. So that's what conventions are and their reasons for being, but how about the why? Well, there's nothing to say you have to lay out your page just like the majority of web pages. As someone clever once said, and I've no idea who, rules are for fools to follow and to guide the wise. Now, as I've also said, there's no right or wrong in web design, but there is reaction and opinion. By sticking to conventions, you're removing some of the mystery from your page. The users will be familiar with what they're looking at and how they should deal with it. As we talked about before, users have a habit of scanning a page rather than examining it. Familiar layouts take far less time to decrypt than alternatives. In following conventions, you've removed another hurdle between them entering the site and completing whatever action it is you expect of them. Okay, so let's open up Photoshop and construct a typical anatomy of a web page. Now, I'm firstly just going to open up a 960 grid template, just like we were talking about in our previous video, and I'm going to drag some assets in to clearly build up a basic anatomy. Firstly, I'm going to begin by turning on my guides. So we'll start with the header region. Now that's typically at the top of the page, of course, that's why it's called the header, and that will often be joined top left by a logo, so we'll just plonk that there. Now also in the top of the page, often within the header region or certainly close to it, you'll have persistent navigation. What I mean by persistent is that it's present throughout the site. Now possibly there'll be a search bar field there, plonk that down, and then you'll have your features and your content, which will more often than not take up either the left or the right or even the whole width. So we'll put an example features area in there, and then some content as well. And then what you'll also have is often a sidebar, so we'll just put that down there, and we'll just align things properly here as such. There we go. Now I'm just going to select everything I've put on the page so far, and I'm going to drag it up slightly, which will leave me some room for the inevitable footer, which often always finds its way at the bottom of the page. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of my guides and I'll just make my grid invisible. So there you can see we've quickly mocked up a pretty good rendition of a common page anatomy. Now let's go back into our presentation and examine some common examples of that. Here we go. Now what you'll notice as we browse through these various examples is that in spite of their varied styles, they all follow, firstly, a grid as we discussed in our previous video, but they also adhere more or less to the anatomy we just talked about. Headers, logos, navigation positions. So even if you've never seen some of these sites, they'll feel oddly familiar to you. Okay, it's time for some further reading. I'd like you to take a look at this Web Design Tuts article on the F layout. It demonstrates, using heat maps which highlight areas of attention, how a user's eye typically scans certain layouts. It talks further about the Western convention of beginning top left on a web page and working downwards. And as always, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. Actually, there's no assignment on this occasion. I'm going to go easy on you. Now, next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to round off all this theory we've been covering by taking a look at white space. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to round off all the theory we've covered by talking about white space. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover during this video. We'll start off by discussing white space, what it is and why it's your friend. Then, before we jump into the next video, we're just going to quickly recap the past 10 lessons, the planning and the conceptual stage of this series. Now, white space is much misunderstood. It's often considered to be the bits that are missing from a layout. Actually though, white space can more accurately be considered to be what clearly defines the elements which occupy the positive space in your designs. By using white space properly, you can draw focus to what's really important. In web design, we can use white space in the form of margins and padding around objects, lending a consistency to a layout and often aiding to declutter a page. White space doesn't have to be white either. We're really talking about negative space. Take graphic design on the radio.com for example. The white space we're referring to isn't actually the white bit, although there is strong spacing evident within the white section too. But really, we're looking at the blue background which brings your attention directly to the content. Proper spacing can also improve legibility of text, and we'll discuss that further down the line. In short though, the lesson here is to embrace white space. Don't dismiss it as something which isn't there. Okay, time quickly for some further reading. I'd like you to take a look at this article on Web Design Tuts. Using white space or negative space in your designs. It goes over what we've been discussing regarding white space. It talks about micro and macro level spacing and using them in your designs. Now before we jump into the next video, let's have a look back on the theory which we've covered so far. Well, in the first video we started off by looking at planning. Remember that? The importance of planning, or the big bit of the iceberg, dictates that by spending more time planning a website, we'll have to spend exponentially less time actually executing the thing. We then looked at examining our users and the usability of the site from their perspective. We talked about empathy, putting yourself in the shoes of other people in order to understand more effectively their motives and desires. Next up was content. We looked at what typically should and shouldn't be included in your design. We also talked about the negative impact of visual noise. I'm sure you remember MrBottles.com, and including things in your layout which you don't even need. We finished our planning stage by talking about goals. We looked at defining our primary and secondary goals and then aligning them with the user's desires. Then, kicking off our design concept section, we began with a few rules. Not copying the work of others, working backwards from a foregone conclusion, and not using all available bells and whistles for the sake of it. Then, if you remember, we talked about tackling designer's block and gaining inspiration from various places. We even looked at becoming inspired by unlikely sources such as illustrators and architecture. The next video examines style and theme, pouring several examples including grunge, minimalism and current trends such as vintage modernism. We looked at defining a mood, allowing the user to relate to the site and ensuring that the design is memorable. Lastly, we looked at longevity and its effect on your work. We then looked at conceptual sketching, most specifically wireframing. We tackled the application Balsamic and mocked up a quick wireframe of our own. Grids was next on the menu, so we dived into what grids are, figured out why we should use them, and looked at some examples of sites whose designs do just that. We took a peek at the 960 grid system, downloaded it, and drafted a design using the 960 12-column Photoshop template. Then we looked at what the baseline grid can do for our typography. Lastly, we looked at the anatomy of a web page, before finishing up with a quick glimpse of white space and its role in your design. Throughout these videos on planning and design concepts, you gained a good understanding of what's involved before actually jumping into your design. Planning, as we said, is the big bit of the iceberg. But now that we've given consideration to all the preliminary aspects of our design process, we can dive into some more practical work. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to dive into the specifics and get our hands dirty with site elements. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at TouchPlus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a TouchPlus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to jump into the Site Elements section of the series by looking at backgrounds and textures. Now, before we open up Photoshop, let's take a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, to kick things off, we're going to ask ourselves what we mean by backgrounds and textures and why we should pay attention to them. We'll then quickly examine how to go about building your own tessellating patterns in Photoshop. Then we'll kick off our design layout by grabbing some free pattern resources and building up our document. Lastly, as ever, there'll be an assignment for you before we tackle the next video in the series. Now, patterns and backgrounds fall under the whole theme and style category we discussed in an earlier video. They help a design gain character and define mood, hopefully in the process helping to make the design memorable while not detracting from the main content. Flat colours work fine of course as backgrounds, and we'll discuss in a minute how hierarchy can be aided by blocks of contrasting colour. But by using a subtle texture or pattern, you're giving your design a sense of being tactile. Textures can be luxurious, add dimension, and the user will likely find it easier to connect with what he or she is looking at. Now let's examine our own layout. You'll hopefully have taken on board all we've talked about regarding wireframes, grids, conventions and the flow of information. Well, here's a quick mock-up of what I envisage our layout to be like. You can see we have a logo in the top left, then some persistent navigation top right. Underneath there's a section with testimonials to draw attention to what our company does. Underneath that there's a small features section which we'll use to introduce our team. Under those three columns we have a two-column section with contact information, a map and a contact form. Then finally we have the footer at the very bottom with some copyright information and social links. So we have quite a few distinct regions, and it's important that we should visually clarify which sections relate to each other and which should be separate. We can use colour for this, contrasting areas of background colour which will instantly divide up our layout. We'll be visually determining the hierarchy, highlighting the most important sections and letting the less important regions dim slightly out of the spotlight. So let's do that then quickly, and we'll use some blocks of colour. So we open up Photoshop here. There we go. And as you can see, I've prepared an empty 960 grid document, which you'll be fairly familiar with by now, I imagine. Now firstly, let's begin by choosing a limited range of swatches on which we can base our design. Now often this decision will be dictated by the existing brand colours of your client, but we're in the pleasant position of being able to do that ourselves. Now we've mentioned Adobe's Cooler a while back, and we discussed browsing it in your web browser, but you can access it also through a number of Adobe applications, like in Photoshop for example, by accessing your extensions and going to Cooler. Now you can browse a series of keywords. I entered stylish in earlier and got all kinds of things, and once you've chosen one, you can then edit away as so. Now I chose one, for example, as you can see, after I'd chosen my swatches, I hit this to add them to my swatches palette, and then you can see all 5 of them there neatly at the bottom. I'd actually edited this last colour, which was previously a sort of cerise. So I've chosen there 4 base colours, fairly similar in tone, and then one last highlighting colour which we can use for things like our call to action button. So we'll begin by just placing some shapes on our stage in order to distinguish the regions. I'm going to bring up my guides. As you can see, I've put some guides in which denote more or less the regions as dictated by the sketch. So we'll begin by putting our main content area down. Now that's absolutely everything apart from the footer, actually. So we'll use like that. That's way too dark, but it does use one of the greens that's sampled in our palette. So I'm just going to double click that shape and bring the shade right down to a very subtle off-white. And then I'll just clarify the footer by adding that to the bottom here. Now obviously in a development situation we'd be actually correctly naming the layers in order to organize everything properly. So we'll sample our swatch at the top there, making our footer a very contrasting dark emerald sort of color, I suppose that is. Then we'll do a similar shape for our contact area, although we want that much paler, so I'm just going to reduce the opacity to 10%. There we go. Now it's already working very effectively. I'm just going to repeat the footer here and drag that all the way up to the top, because I want to just frame the main area using the footer plus a small trim at the very top above the logo and the main navigation. Now if I get rid of my guides and I hide the grid, you'll see that that's all been achieved fairly effectively. But what I can also do is add patterns or textures by soften up all the aesthetics. So how do we actually go about making our own pattern in Photoshop? Well, we have to create our own tiles. So let's start by opening up a new document, 10 by 10, 72 dpi. Now this is going to be our tile, and that's what's going to tessellate across our area. So I'm just going to zoom in on the tile so we can see it more clearly. You can put whatever you like within the boundaries of this tile, as long as you bear in mind the simple rule that the sides, left and right, have to match up, and the top and the bottom have to match up. So we'll just put in a 1 pixel line straight across it like this. Very pale. You can see the anti-aliasing there in Photoshop taking effect. We can correct that by highlighting our line and just bringing it correctly into the pixel range there. Now we'll duplicate that and hit Command and T to transform it, and then we'll rotate it simply like that. And once again I'm going to have to just alter that because it's all over the place. There we go. We'll bring that top and bottom and shift it over so that the pixel range is correct. Okay, now that's going to tessellate perfectly, as you can imagine. If we zoom out, it's very tiny, but you can imagine that working on a large scale. So now all we do is we go to Edit and we define pattern, just like that. We'll call that, I don't know, Scotch egg top and head. Okay, now when we go back into our previous document, we're going to select our main area, and by double clicking that layer, bringing up our layer style, I can now go to overlay a pattern. By browsing all the way to the bottom of my patterns, you'll see here, there's my Scotch egg. Click OK. If I just double click the magnifying glass then to bring it up to actual pixels, you see a perfectly tessellating pattern. Brilliant. Now, it's not to everybody's taste and it's probably a little intense, so what we're actually going to do now is use one of the many free resources available on the web. We're going to close down our document in Photoshop there and just open up the browser. We're going to go to subtlepatterns.com. Brilliant free resource, and it's absolutely chocker with different patterns and textures. Now you can grab each one individually as a PNG file, the individual tile that similar to what we just designed, or you can see, as
if you go all the way to the bottom of the page here, you can download the Photoshop pattern file. So if you download that, as I have done, and then decompress it, double click it, it will open up automatically in Photoshop, so that when you go into your patterns dialog, you'll see them all nicely imported. It begins there with a nice little logo pattern from him. Now I chose in advance, I chose one that had something to do with freckles, if I remember correctly. Where is it? It was a pale one. Let's have a look here. Pinstripe, white sand. Come on, where are you? Subtle freckles. There we go. And it is indeed a very subtle pattern, but it fits in nicely with our palette, as you can see. And it's just softened up everything, including the contact area, which is a darker version because that has a slightly transparent shape on top. So I think we'll be very happy with that. We've got there the flat colour for the footer, but that works fine. So that's looking good so far. Okay, now it's time for some further reading. So if we jump back into the presentation here, click on that there. Okay, I'd like you to take a look at one of the many tutorials on Web Design Tuts which cover building your own patterns. This one kicks off a series of several which breaks you in gently. Now, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. I want you to mock up your own textured tile. Create it, save it, and use it in a layout to see how it fares as a pattern. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to take a look at navigation and buttons. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching.
Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to sort out our navigation. Now we'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Firstly, I'd like to apologise because I woke up this week with a head cold and I can't seem to shake it. Now, I'm hiding it as best I can, but you're undoubtedly going to be able to hear my bunged up sound effects during this video, so I apologise in advance. Now that said, we'll start off by examining a few navigation examples, and then we're going to jump right into our PSD and continue with the layout by adding our primary navigation. Then I'm going to set you an assignment before we tackle the next video in the series. Okay, so let's look at some examples of global or primary navigation. Now, the examples we're going to look at demonstrate very different styles, but all essentially complying to what we've spoken about regarding their position. They're all going to be either vertical along the top left of the page, sometimes even fixed there, irrespective of the page scrolling, or horizontal, either in the top right or top and centered. Now these are areas of initial focus, and primary navigation is usually found there because it's so darn important. Without easily located navigation, no one's going to look further into your site. The first example here we have is jeanssausageshop.com, an example of the vertically aligned top left navigation, beautifully styled with various typographical effects here, just to be like the actual menu of a butcher's. That's a great example, that one. Next up we have Tinkering Monkey, which shows you the top and centered type of primary navigation. And then there's Wigolia.com, which is a similar example to what we're working towards with primary navigation positioned in the top right. Now even more obscure methods of navigation, such as on heartshapedwork.com and polyesterstudio.com, and even like this example of grungy drop-down menus, these still apply to the positioning standards that we've already discussed. Now if I refer back to our mock-up, you recall that the primary navigation we planned was placed in the header at the top right. So let's add that to our PSD now. We'll jump into Photoshop and open up our layout file. Now I have to apologise again already because in the last video I began our layout PSD by opening up a 12-column grid. Now that's incorrect because my design is based on a 16-column grid, as you can see correctly here displayed. So I've updated the source files for the previous video. That won't be an issue, but just bear in mind we're working with 16 columns here. Now I've also widened our canvas
give us a bit of space for working in. I'm literally going to image and canvas size. We're now working with 1160 pixels of width, so that just makes things a little less squashed up. And I've also added a generic logo which I made in Illustrator, and I've added to our file as a smart object here in the header folder. Now let's just quickly add our very simple navigation by firstly adding a group to our header group, and we'll rename that menu. No, we won't. We'll rename it navigation. That's more sensible, isn't it? Okay. Now we'll take our type tool here, making sure that we've selected Arial, which is a system font, nice and standard, bold, 14 pixels. Actually, I don't want it as white. I'm going to choose the pale green that we chose in our swatches last time. I'm just going to make that slightly paler again, a bit more towards the grey of the background, in fact. And we're going to actually we're working within the first column of our layout, so ignoring this as a sort of padding element, we're going to sort of begin our layout on this first gutter here. So let's just put something generic in, such as home 3, 4, 5, and then perhaps an about us link 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, services 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and contact. Okay, that's fairly clear. Now if we just get rid of our grids and our guides, that's actually not very clear, so I'm going to alter the colour, make it darker, because that total lack of contrast isn't very user friendly. Okay, that's pale but legible, so that's fine. We'll center it vertically with our logo. Okay, now that's as simple as that. That's nice and straightforward, simple, it works well. What we also need to cater for are the various states of our menu. Now, when you become used to working with HTML and CSS, web design in general, you'll become used to understanding that you're going to need to visualize the various states of various elements. Now, in our menu, for example, we're going to need a hover state and probably even a selected state. So, depending on the page that we're currently looking at, that menu item would be selected. So we'll illustrate that by firstly darkening our text. In fact, we could even go for this dark green shade here, which would match it up to the band at the top. That's probably sensible. Okay, so we're clearly having selected or hovering over home there. What we could also do is if we select this band at the top and we duplicate it, dragging that down there, we're going to call this hover state. We'll drag that into our navigation folder. Now I'm just going to zoom out so we've got a little more room to play with. I hit Command and T to transform it, and let's now just drag it in so that it aligns above our currently selected or hovered link. And there we go. That just illustrates to us what we're doing. Click on that and I'll apply the transformation. Now we're going to alter the color so that it is highlighted like so. Double click that to examine the actual pixels. I can see it's going to need to be a little wider. It doesn't have to be exact, because that will all be done in our actual CSS. Okay, so that becomes fairly clear now. We have our menu and we have a hover and selected state. That's looking pretty good. I'm going to Command S, save that. Alright. Now we'll jump back into our presentation because I have some further reading for you. I'm pleased to hear. There we go. I'd like you to take a look at this article on 6 revisions. It examines conventions, usability and the practicalities of navigation. It's a great article. Now before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. This is going to be a bit of a theme in the coming videos as we're working together to build our design. I want you to update your file as I go. So in this case, add the primary navigation to the header section.
This should be fairly program agnostic too. If you're working in Fireworks or Illustrator or some other application, you should be able to follow along just as easily. Now next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to take a look at web typography. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Touch Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Touch Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about web typography. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. To start off with, we'll look at the state of typography on the web at the moment and why it's so exciting for you as a designer. We'll look at some examples, and then we'll source some interesting fonts of our own to use in our design. Then, as ever, you'll find yourself presented with a little assignment. Now, we live in exciting times where web typography is concerned. For as long as the web can remember, we've been almost entirely limited to using the fonts which our users have on their systems. Browsers have always needed to grab the user's own fonts for displaying content. We couldn't therefore get much more adventurous than using Arial or Times New Roman or Georgia, and if we did, the most reliable way was to use images. As more browsers adopt CSS3, however, we're able to use what's called font face and grab fonts from remote locations. The technology has actually been around for a long time, in CSS2 for example, but only now are we starting to see browsers implementing it. There are several services you can use to benefit from font face. Some require you to host your font files on a web server. Others, such as Google's Web Font API, which we'll be looking at, host the files for you, so all you have to do is point at them when it comes to building your web page. It's great news that we can get creative with font choices. We can use type to grab attention, to add style to a page, to create a unique look. But don't forget what it's there for in the first place, to be read. Don't attack a page with all manner of elaborate fonts, only to neglect the basics, colour and contrast, font size, line height. Remember to keep your typography legible. Let's now look at some examples of effective typography on the web. First example here is thrivesolo.com, understated and graceful. Then we have ryanchef.net, a rich and intriguing use of typography there. jrvelasco.com, a more grungy, moody and impactful effect there. Then we have gulp.in, another rich and varied experimental site, visually very engaging. Lastly, we've got designinfluence.org, just to show that you don't even have to go fancy. Web typography is about selecting the right combination of fonts to achieve your communication aims. Now we're going to use Google Web Fonts to spice up our design, so let's head on over there right now. We open up our browser and you'll want to go to google.com/webfonts. Now you can see instantly that there are tons of fonts available for you to use. You can browse through them and grab them for all kinds of uses. Now we're going to use Arial for our body text. That's a standard font. It's legible, it's clean, it's familiar, but we're going to be looking for two things to add some relish. Firstly, we could do with a striking, solid but clean non-serif font for our testimonial, and then a decorative serif typeface for the occasional flourish. I've chosen Lato or Lato, I have no idea how that's pronounced, which you can see there. That's going to be for our testimonials, and then actually let me just add that to my collection straight away. And then for the flourishes, I've opted for the ever popular Droid serif. There it is. I'm going to add that to my collection now. Now we can use them easily enough when it comes to building our HTML and CSS, but for now we need to grab them and put them on our own system in order to use them in our design. We can do that here at Google, or we can head over to another service such as Font Squirrel, where we can grab the fonts for download. So having selected my fonts, I'm now going to choose to use them, and you can see there the page load time illustrated on this very clear sort of speedometer, thermometer gauge thing. Now as I select more and more fonts, you'll see the page load time increasing. That's something to bear in mind. You don't want to totally overload your web pages with a million fonts if you don't really need them.
Now for our Lato or Lato, I'm only going to need the normal and the bold variants. The Droid Serif, I actually only need the italic. So I'm going to download those by hitting download your collection. You're once again reminded that you don't actually need to download the fonts in order to use them on the web, but we do need to use them on our system. So we're going to grab those as a zip file and very quickly they're downloaded to our system. So we're going to move over now into Photoshop and just make quick use of them in our existing layout. So we've got here the layout PSD, which you'll recognize from our previous video. I'm just going to make my grid once again visible and bring up my guides. I'm going to zoom in on my testimonials area, which you'll remember we had here. So I've pre-installed my fonts, which is extremely useful. I'm going to select my Lato or whatever it was called, and I'm going to drag an area. Where are we going from? This is going to be the edge of our page, so let's just drag an area in here and we'll use up these columns here. And now I need to make sure that our text is aligned to the left. It's actually going to be an awful lot bigger than that for our testimonials, so I'll make it 58, and actually it's got a much bigger line height than that, just to make it slightly more attractive. The colour is going to adhere to our dark green, which we picked from Cooler. Okay, so now I'm just going to type, what did I have in my testimonial example? Great service, they make me smile every time. Now you can see that I've not selected the correct font already. Yes, I have. There we go. What did I say? Bold. Alright, there we go. And that's going to be my testimonial. I'm now going to add just a little speech mark to clarify what we're looking at there. But instead of using the Lato for that, I'm going to use our Droid Serif. Let's just increase the size of that to 80. We'll line that up with the logo there. And I'll bring that across. Now lastly, I just need to attribute that to somebody, so we're going to add here somebody's name, whatever. Okay, that's going to be in our droid again, Droid Serif and italic, and we're going to make that much smaller at 18 pixels. It needs to be slightly less dark than that as well, I think, although I actually quite like that. Let's leave that like that. So I'll bring this along here, something along those lines. Now we'll get rid of our guides here, get rid of our grid once again, and that, as you can see, is a great little combination of typefaces which has achieved pretty much what we were after. Impactful testimonial there, with some little decorative flourishes, and all achieved with web fonts. Brilliant. Okay, it's time for some further reading, so as usual I'm going to jump back to the presentation here. Now this is another article on Web Design Tuts. This one by Max talks about fonts on the web, where to use them and how to select them properly. Now before we jump into the next video, it's assignment time again. Now as expected, I want you to go and grab the two typefaces we talked about, Lato, and Droid Serif, then experiment with adding a testimonial to the upper region of our layout PSD. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to continue with the Site Elements stage and look at our Features section. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about the Features section.
Let's take a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, there's very little theory to wade through with this one, so we'll take a look at a couple of feature section examples, and then we'll dive right into our layout PSD to work on our own features section. Then, as always, I'm going to ask you to complete an assignment before we attack the next video. Now, the purpose of a features section is pretty straightforward. It's there to grab users' attention. It's placed usually in direct line of sight upon opening the home page, informing the user of something interesting and usually suggesting a follow-up action. We've mentioned calls to action before, and this is a classic example of where to position one. A tempting link which takes the user further towards completing a goal. Take, for example, Theme Forest. Its feature section informs first-time visitors of the site's performance rate and offers several options to take the user further. Then we have the Firefox homepage at mozilla.org/firefox. Here, the feature section is used to house a large strapline plus a conspicuous call to action. Often, sites will use features section to display a slideshow or a video. Excellent ways of maximizing content within a limited area and adding an element of dynamism too. So, enough of this talking. You've seen enough slides to last a lifetime. Let's open up Photoshop and continue our layout. If you recall our sketch, we'll be looking at finishing the testimonials and adding some details about the team. So we'll exit from our presentation and we'll open up Photoshop here, continuing on from where we were last time. Here we have our layout PSD. Okay, we're going to be working in our features folder here. So let's begin by separating off our testimonials area from our team information section there. So we're going to do that with a simple horizontal rule, which we'll do in the form of a 1 pixel line directly on, let's just sample that, directly on this guideline here. We'll hold down Shift in order to restrict the movement along the axis, and that should be as simple as that. Let's just remove our, there we go, that's fairly clear. Now let's add a call to action in our testimonials area. Let's stick another folder in here, we'll call that call to action. And we're going to add a circle which is going to function as a sizable button. We'll use our deep red as the color, and we're going to put it centrally, slightly inwards, and we're going to drag that circle like so, and that's actually already prepared the multiplier and the opacity to 80%, so that just brings a little bit of the texture through, which is quite neat. Now I want to actually copy this little bit of text down here, so I'm going to drag that down there and put that in our call to action folder. This we're going to make centrally aligned, and we're going to color it the same as our button. We're just going to add a little bit of information so as to make it perfectly clear what's going on. There we go. And that we'll put underneath our button, centrally aligned like so. Then we could do with a nice big arrow to suggest a bit of direction. So let's just use a symbol like so, and enlarging that. We want that white to go in the center of the button, and okay, that's fine. Let's change the typeface to another free typeface, Quicksand, which you can go and grab on fontsquirrel.com. Just the normal one, the book, will be fine. That's way too big, so we're going to trim that down. Actually, let's use the bold. There we go, that's much more attractive. A bit smaller. And then we'll just shift that visually into the middle
it's not actually centered, but because of the form, you can see if you blur your eyes slightly, that looks more aesthetically pleasing if we just knock it to the right slightly, a bit more balanced. Okay, so that's going to act as quite a functional call to action. We've got our testimonial. That balances the page nicely. It's fairly striking. It aligns at the bottom there. Okay, that's very pleasant. Now, what we're going to do now is we want to add 3 images, 3 columns, each one containing an image, a title, and a bit of text. So, we'll begin by just making a single column in our, we're going to call this team, and we're going to add column 1. Okay, that's going to go in the team folder there. Okay, let's bring up our guides and our grid so we can see what's going on. Now I've prepared 3 images. We're going to bring those in firstly, one at a time. So we go to File and Place. Alternatively, you can open them up separately and drag them in. I'm going to use the first face like so, and in it goes. Now it fits perfectly between these gutters and these columns, so we'll just double click that, and that's that done. So that actually belongs in our first column, so we'll leave that like so. I've also prepared a bit of text for each column, introducing each member of our happy staff. So this first guy is called John Smugman, and I'm just going to copy that text, and let's create a text area which matches the same width as our image there. So that is 4 columns and 5 gutters, like so. It wants actually to be left aligned, dark grey colour, and it's going to be just Arial for the body text as we discussed at 14 points, and obviously just regular. We're also going to make sure that that's got a fairly normal, where have we gone? Okay, what am I doing? Sorry, let's just get rid of those and drag it again. We've got all the settings correct. Okay. Alright, we'll paste that in there. So we're on 14 pixels, 20 pixel line spacing. Let's just darken that up a touch. Okay, very neat. Now this is our header, and we're going to use our Lato or Lato typeface for that, which you'll remember from the previous screencast. It wants to be considerably bigger, so let's just drag that up to 30 pixels. Much better. And we'll increase the space just for this first character here, which will knock that slightly further away. Now let's edit this read more link at the bottom there. That's going to be the same red as our call to action button, and we're going to underline it like so. Okay, so we'll get rid of our guides and our grid once again. That's fairly clear. Alright, actually add a little more spacing there and fit that like so. Actually, I want that title to be bold as well. We'll use our Lato bold. Maybe 28 instead of 30. Parfait. Okay. So that's got our first column in there. Now we want to, just to speed things up, let's duplicate these columns. We'll remove our auto select, drag up our guides, and drag this one along. That's going to be central, of course. So that fits on this one. And then again.
And this fits on this one. Now we'll just rename these to keep things organized. Alright, now we need to get rid of a few of the images. That's incorrect. You can see these have been brought in as smart objects here, so double clicking on that will open it up as a separate image to edit, which is pretty handy. Okay, so let's get rid of that second one here, and also our third one, and then we'll just bring them in. Firstly, as we're editing the third column, we'll bring the third one in, like so. And then in our second column, file, place, and our second image. These can be whatever you like, of course, but I've just used a few of the sketches which I'd used in this presentation just for the sake of ease. And it suits the style of the site as well, so let's move those, add a little bit of spacing there. Okay, now I'm going to update our text. This second guy is called Barry Widegrin. Oops, that wants to be Arial. Actually, we'll select everything but the title. That's going to be Arial, normal, regular. That was 14 pixels at 20 pixels line height. First letter across at 30, just to add a bit of spacing there. Then we have our third bit of text, like so. Here we go. Oh. 20 and 30 for the first character. And of course his name. There we go. So that gives us our three columns, our three images, our titles, a little bit of text, our call to action next to our testimonials there, so that serves as quite a good attention grabber. This is going to actually be a little interactive slideshow. We're going to rotate these testimonials just to add a little bit of dynamism. So we're going to need a little bit of navigation. So let's quickly just add that now. We have our three columns here and our team. We've got our testimonial. So now we'll add another folder there and call it nav. Stick it under the testimonial folder. Okay, this is going to be very straightforward. I'm literally going to add 4 circles. I'm going to colour them in our base green, and they're going to be centrally positioned. One button, 2, 3, 4. Okay, those are our 4 buttons. Now we'll just select the top one, drag it slightly over here, and this one over here. Then we'll select all 4 of them and distribute them evenly. Okay, that seems to be fairly well centered. And that needs to be knocked over one more, I think. There we go. Okay, now I'll highlight one of them, as that one's going to be our currently selected slide. Not that one. That one. Okay. So they're going to serve to illustrate our navigating through the testimonial slides. Now, of course, as we go along, we can alter the spacing on things as we go, and we can even do it in the browser as well. So that's not a problem at all. If I just click, for example, these two folders, that's our testimonial and our call to action. Just nudge those up slightly, and then also nudge up our navigation links a little bit. Okay, this is coming along nicely. Let's just Command and S that. So now we've pretty much dealt with this whole upper region. Very good. Okay, now let's jump back into our presentation, where I'm going to tell you that the only assignment really for this piece of the series is to continue and build up our features section in the layout PSD. Now, next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to look at designing our contact form. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks again for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about our contact form. Now we'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, firstly, we'll talk a little bit about usability before we jump straight into our layout file to continue with the design. Then with our form design complete, I'll leave you with an assignment before we move into the next video. Now, barely a website comes to fruition these days without including a form of some sort. Contact forms, newsletter sign-up forms, online checkouts, login forms, comment forms, they all invite users to enter information and submit it in order to complete a process. You'll remember we talked about goals and conversions earlier in the series, and forms are often a fundamental step in the user completing goals of some sort. They're also, therefore, a classic stumbling block. If ever there was a surefire way of preventing someone from completing an online process, it's presenting them with an awkward form. Take CAPTCHA, for example. You'll have no doubt completed one in the past, and you'll have no doubt had to have had a couple of attempts at some point too. They're a great way of preventing spam from hitting your inbox, but they're also a significant hurdle for users. A CAPTCHA input runs a very high risk of turning users away. There being too many fields is also a turn-off. In our contact form, for example, we're only going to request the bare minimum information needed: name, email, and message. With this information, we can get in touch with the user. We don't need their address, their telephone number, shoe size, whatever. In short, we want our form to be as user-friendly and as easy to fill in as possible. Alright, let's dive into our PSD now and polish up our contact section. So we'll open up our PSD file from where we last left off. You'll notice one significant difference. For the sake of speed, I have added, let me just remove the grid there and the guides. I have added a map. We're going to implement this into the site using Google Maps. There are a couple of titles here, a little intro paragraph here, and some address details. Now we're going to add our contact form in on the right hand column. So let's begin by bringing back our guides and dragging a couple of, actually we're not going to select our map, we're going to select the mask around it and just drag a couple of guides down because we want our contact form to match up nicely with that. Now we'll begin in our column 2 folder here, and let's just add an input like so. So here we go with a rectangle tool. We'll make it white, and we're going to base it on an equal width column to this left hand column here. So that's from the gutter on the right here, and if we drag that all the way over, that comes to around about here. We won't be too particular with the heights or the dimensions of our inputs. We only need to be fairly rough with it. We can be specific when we're doing our markup. Now I'm going to select our map once again, and I'm going to copy the layer style because I want to emulate this green stripe I've put at the bottom of it. So I then go back to my input, and I'm going to paste the layer style like so. There we go. Don't need that stroke, I just need the drop shadow, which is the green line at the bottom. I'm going to call that input 1. So that's a good start. That goes in my input there. I also want a label, and I want it to be similar to this thing here, so I'm going to add a line of text here, and we're going to call this one name. Now that wants to be not droid serif, it wants to be Arial, just the same as our body text. It's a dark grey. I'll have to be more specific about that in a second, and we'll just have it regular at 14 points. I'm not sure what the letter spacing I used was 0, so I'll just correct this colour, copy, and paste like so. Okay, so removing our guides now shows us we have our name perfectly clearly. Shunt that on a couple of pixels to line it up. So we have one input, very good, and now we'll add an additional input by copying that. That's going to be for the email. So we'll drag that down slightly. Up it goes. And we'll edit this text here. Email. Now lastly, we want a message input, a text area. So we'll drag that down to there. We'll bring up our guides again, so that matches the bottom of our other one. Okay, now this would suggest to me that my inputs are way too large here. If I just, yes, if I go to the actual pixels, you see these are unnecessarily big, because I would like this message really to be larger. So I'm going to make this considerably smaller. So if I pick my direct selection tool and select the two bottom nodes on my shape here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pixels higher. And then I do exactly the same for my email input, like so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now I'll shunt this whole input upwards, and the same with my message input, so that the labels are more or less horizontally centered there. That's going to be our message folder. I don't want that, like so. Alright. Okay, now we'll just make this a touch larger. There we go. Okay, so that's fairly clear. Now we're going to need a submit button, so I'd like that actually to be down here. We'll base it on a circle, such as the call to action above. I'm going to have it align with our contact information here. So we'll begin with this with an ellipse, and we'll just plonk that. Actually, we'll centralize it with that call to action above there. That's probably quite neat. We'll make it green, and we're going to put it in its own folder, which we'll call submit. Okay, we'll make it a little bit larger. Oh, we've added an effect as well, so we'll remove layer style because we don't want that drop shadow on that one. There we go. Centered on that gutter. And now we need a little label, so we'll just put send. We're going to use our droid serif, like so. That will be italic and 12 pixels and white, and then I will just center those two like so. Okay, so that's a fairly clear button as well. See how we're looking there. Okay, and there's one more thing we need. We need to consider the fact that our form information is going to have to be validated. We need the email, for example, to be a valid email address, and we need to make sure that the name is entered, so that's going to be a required field. So we need to cater for our validation messages, and we'll do that by adding a second text element here, and I'm going to align it to the right and then drag it over to nearly the end there. I'd like it to be according to our red. It's maybe a little strong. Actually, I think I'm going to make it equal to our slightly paler red there, slightly less aggressive. Now that's going to be another droid serif italic, and I'm going to put something along the lines of, please enter a valid email address. It's perfectly clear. Now this shadow will alter that color as well to highlight our field, so that the user knows that this field requires further attention. So that's what our invalid fields are going to look like. I'd like that to be a little clearer, so I'm going to use 14 pixel font instead of the 12. But that kind of sorts it out. Now again, as I said, we can do some further designing and touching up in the browser itself. We've got a basic idea of what our form is going to look like. This deals with pretty much everything we need, but we can tinker with it later on. Okay, we're going to Command and S, save that as it is. That's starting to look like quite a convincing landing page, don't you think? Okay, it's time for some further reading. We're going to jump back into our presentation as ever. There we go. This article on Web Design Tuts is a short series of 2 tutorials on building up a sign up and registry form. This is the first part of the series, and it deals purely with the design aspects and sorting that out in Photoshop. And before we jump into the next video, click on that. I have an assignment form for you, as usual. Much in the vein of the last few videos, I'd like you to continue with the PSD file we're building, adding, of course, the contact form. Next time, in 30 days to your first website design, we'll be looking into our footer section. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 days to your first website design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to wrap up our PSD design by finishing off our footer. Now we'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, first we'll ask ourselves about the role of footers in web design. Then we'll take a look at a couple of examples before we dive back into our PSD and finish off our own footer. Then, as ever, I'll ask you to complete an assignment before we jump into the next video. Now the footer of any given web page is the bit right at the bottom. That doesn't mean it ranks poorly against other sections of a web page. In fact, studies have shown that in terms of a user's attention span, the footer comes in a close second to the very first bit at the top. And that makes sense too. As we've spoken about, a user will typically scan a web page, not absorb it all in detail. If they're scrolling their way to the bottom of a page past everything else and nothing specifically catches their attention, they're inevitably going to end up at the footer where they're forced to stop and take a look. It's therefore an ideal opportunity to encourage users into taking further action. Designers use footers to display necessary information such as copyright details, but footers are also ideal for housing social links, contact information, newsletter sign-up forms. They can be perfect for reminding users of something you were suggesting in your features area. You can also use a footer to express a final bit of personality before the page ends. You can introduce users to an intriguing fact about your firm. Or how about additional navigation? They can be a way of saying, okay, so you didn't find what you were looking for, try one of these links. Or they can simply be a subtle way of sealing off the rest of your page. Now we're going to opt for the last example in our own design. We don't need our footer to contain much information, we just want to leave some copyright details, some subtle yet striking social links. It should complement our design quite nicely. So let's open up our PSD and remind ourselves where we were. Just grab it here we go. Now here we have our footer folder, completely empty and ready to go. So the first thing we're going to need are some social icons. Now they're great. One of the great things about web design is the enormous community that's out there supplying free items and help. So I could recommend you go and check out the icon work by HymoreGH. Apologies if I didn't say that properly. Here's his dribble page, and these are the icons we're going to grab. We're going to grab them from designmoo.com from their download page. Now once you've grabbed these, you can open up the PSD in Photoshop. They are ideal for our needs. We're not going to use them in their current state, but they're a perfect starting point and they're perfectly scalable too. So let's just auto select group, and we're going to need the Facebook icon, and if I press shift here and select the Twitter and the Skype icons as well, and we can just drag those directly into our layout PSD. So now we can get rid of that altogether. Okay, so that's a good start. I'll bring up my guides here. Actually I'm just as well getting rid of all the styling on these buttons, I think, so I'm just going to select them all like so, and I'm going to clear their layer style. Now we'll begin by using the background of one of them, and we're going to sample the pale green, and we're going to do that for the others as well. There we go. The icons themselves we're going to use to match our footer. Oops. There we go. So that's got them styled perfectly. Now all we really need to do is size them properly. So actually they're sized fine anyway. We're going to have them the width of these grids here, so that's ideal actually. All we really need to do is bring them within the right spacing of each other, like so. Let's just zoom in to make sure we're doing this accurately enough. Actually, I'm going to slightly resize them here so that they are exactly the same size as these columns. Okay. And the Twitter one, like so. And by selecting all of them and aligning them along the horizontal axis, should have actually worked. Yeah, oh, that Twitter looks slightly smaller than the rest for some reason. That's interesting. That would suggest I've knocked one of my guides perhaps. Yes, I have. I've knocked this guy by the look of it. That should be there. Okay, that makes more sense. Alright. So I'll zoom out. That's catered for those nicely. Now, as I mentioned before, we could do with making sure that we have our hover state dealt with. So I'm going to select my Twitter background and I'm going to make it a bit brighter. So that's going to be how our hover state appears on our social links. That's perfect. We're going to allow that to have a little bit of padding inside the outer edge of our design. So now all we need to do is add a little bit of text as well. Now I have some copyright information in a text file here, so I'll just grab that, copy it, and making sure I'm not in one of my icon folders. Drag like so, and paste it like so. Now we're going to colour it like so, making it a touch darker, a little subtler. And then I'm going to make a couple of links here just to suggest that there's something that can be done. That's going to be much brighter with an underline. And this one too. There we go. Okay, that's perfectly aligned. Actually, if we just center that against our icons and then move out, just see how that appears. That seems to have finished off our page quite nicely. Straightforward, but just the job. Okay, so we'll Command and S that, and that just about finishes up our PSD. So in the next video we're going to start looking at preparing this to move into HTML and CSS. Okay, it's time for some further reading, so we'll just jump back into the presentation here. Now this is nothing too heavy, but you might want to take a look at this roundup of inspirational footer designs on Noop.com. That might just give you the ideas you've been looking for. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to begin transforming our PSD into working browser magic. We'll take a look at prepping our design. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Touch Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Touch Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to look at prepping our design. So we'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, first off, we'll look at exactly what I mean by prepping. Then we'll examine our layout PSD and think about the possibilities where images and CSS are concerned. Then, before we jump into the next video, I'll leave you with an assignment. Well, as we're rounding off our design phase, this really is a quick part of the process. In days gone by, when CSS was in the early stages of implementation and designers weren't used to controlling it anyway, websites were constructed with tables. If you're not sure what I mean, I'm certainly not going to drag that story from its grave. Needless to say, it was an horrendous workflow of chopping up tiny bitmap images and using them to decorate and form complex table layouts. Almost every inch of a PSD design required slicing and saving in order to build a web page. Now this made building a design for the web difficult and drawn out, plus altering a design an absolute nightmare. Take a look at this quick example. Yes, there are still examples out there. This is Quality, which is the support team for Xcart e-commerce solution, actually, which is pretty horrendous that I should find this example on their site. Now I'm in Chrome here, so if I just right click and open my element inspector, you can see here that this whole region is built up of table rows and cells filled with tiny little images everywhere. It's awful. And this is typical of how websites used to be built. Thankfully those days are gone, so we'll just get rid of that. Now with modern techniques, much of what you design in Photoshop can be recreated with CSS alone. Drop shadows, rounded corners, texture backgrounds, to name but a few examples, all help to speed up build time, page load time and editing time. Of course, older browsers are still in use, so by using modern CSS techniques you'll have to include fallback options if you want those browsers to render your website correctly. We can compromise, however, and it's therefore up to us to decide which elements of our design can be recreated with CSS and which we'll rely on images for. So let's refer back to our design and analyze how we could prep things. So we'll open up our PSD there. It should be looking very familiar to you by now. Now firstly there's the background. Our footer is a solid color, so that can be defined with a simple CSS rule. The background texture of the upper section and the darker version of the contact area, they all need to be saved as two small tiles which will repeat across the page. Now there's also the logo. That will of course have to be an image. Then we have the large call to action button. Now that can be recreated without too much difficulty with CSS. A simple red square with completely rounded corners and a slight transparency, plus the symbol used for the arrow, that's all doable. But Internet Explorer can only handle those properties from version 9 onwards. Unless we're prepared to consider a fallback technique, we'll probably have to settle with a straightforward image for this whole thing. Actually, the image itself could be our fallback if we use it only for Internet Explorer 8 or earlier. Our staff images, these thumbnails here, these will be images of course, and the fonts, they will be dealt with web fonts from Google, as we've already discussed. Our map here, that will be provided by a JavaScript snippet from Google Maps, and the send button background along with the three social buttons, they can be, just as with the call to action, built largely with CSS unless we opt to go for images. Now one advantage of using CSS, for example, would be that we could very quickly change the background colors without having to edit and resave any images. Okay, it's time for some further reading, so we'll jump back into our presentation. Now there are several tutorials on web design tuts which discuss the merits of CSS over Photoshop where certain things are concerned, but this series does so very thoroughly. Take a look, and these tutorials will help you work out what can be done in CSS3, which we've traditionally relied on graphics programs for. Now before we jump into the next video, I'd like you to go over our document again and decide for yourself which elements you think would be appropriate for building using CSS and which we should rely on images for. Next time on the 30 days to your first website design, we're going to take this step a bit further and look at CSS sprite sheets. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 days to your first website design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about sprite sheets. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. First, we'll take a look at what sprite sheets are and where they're used. We'll then examine some of the advantages to using them before we build our own sprite sheet from our PSD layout. Lastly, as ever, I'll ask you to complete a small task before we jump into the next video. Now, you'll be familiar with sprite sheets if you're into your computer games, as that's where they originate. A sprite sheet is typically a single bitmap image comprised of a number of graphic assets. In computer games, there'd be a sprite sheet for each element, a character for example, in its various states. If you visit chrome.angrybirds.com and use the inspector to examine the elements, you'll find that the game is built with a large number of sprite sheets. Now, these sheets contain each character in all of the possible states, and it's these sheets which are then used to animate the birds. The same principle can apply to web design. You can place all or a great deal of your graphic elements on one bitmap and then use that sprite sheet to decorate your various elements. You might place background textures, icons, logos, button images on your sprite sheet. Here is an example used by the Next Web. It's a large sparse PNG file containing all the elements you'll recognize from the site. And here's another example which will hopefully be familiar to you. You can clearly see the Web Design Tuts logo, a couple of buttons and icons such as those used on the preview thumbnails to indicate the basics or a premium tutorial. And these sheets are used as the background image for various layout elements. We create the element, determine its dimensions, and then apply the background image, specifying the coordinates on the sheet for the graphic we want to use. we're effectively masking the sheet with our element. So that's what a sprite sheet is, but why would you arrange your graphics like this instead of using a collection of small images? Well, the first advantage is file size. Take a look at the Web Design Touch sprite, for example. Here you can see the whole PNG saved at 41 KB. And then there's a folder with all the composite pieces saved as separate files. They total 78 KB. So even with all the additional white space we have on the sprite sheet, we've halved the cumulative size of the file. And this is just a small example. Your site may have much more in the way of graphics, in which case the saving would be greater still. The second advantage is organizational. It's far preferable to have one file where all your images can be found. It makes for much less messy project folders, and it's quicker if any editing needs to be done. The third and possibly most crucial advantage is faster page loading time. We've already mentioned the file size, so that obviously helps, but combining your graphics into just a few sprite sheets minimizes the HTTP requests the browser has to make when loading your page. When loading, each time your web page requires an asset, a graphic or CSS file, whatever, it makes a call to the web server which sends it back to the browser. There's a limit to how many of these HTTP requests to the same domain can occur simultaneously, so in cases where a lot of assets are needed, you can get a bottleneck forming. By just requesting a single sprite sheet and committing it to the browser's cache, you're saving a ton of load time. Okay, enough talking. Let's get busy and take our own graphic elements to build a sprite sheet for use on our website. So we'll exit our presentation and we'll open up Photoshop and our layout PSD there. Okay, now we discussed in the previous video which of these elements we were likely to take into images and what we were likely to achieve using CSS. So you'll have a good idea of which bits we're going to be using now. So let's start a new file, 1000 by 1000 pixels, just as a large empty canvas to begin with. We'll call it Sprite and we'll click OK to open that. I'd like to see a grid as well because that will be useful for equally spacing out and distributing our elements. Okay, there we go. We'll do it actual size. Okay, we'll start one by one, just selecting and dragging our bits and pieces over. So there's our logo. We can tuck that up in the top corner. We're going to have now a number of these elements we can achieve with images or with CSS. So we could grab them in any case just to go and use in browsers which can't handle any CSS rules we're going to be using, such as rounded corners, for example. That's one option. Or we could have a separate sprite sheet just for Internet Explorer, which would save load time on the browsers which don't need those images. We're going to just make one sprite sheet for the time being, just for the sake of simplicity. So let's take both these buttons and just put those within that grid there, that grid cell. We could do with this whole thing here as well. Oops. Where is it? Okay. I'll drag this one over. And luckily we don't have too much in the way of graphical bits and bobs anyway. I'm just going to give that some more room just in case I'm chopping any of it off here. Actually I could use a little bit of this texture under that, so I'm going to repeat that, making a second copy, place that underneath, and I'm going to apply that pattern to it. If I remember correctly, it had something to do with freckles. Where is it? There we go. Straight away. Bang, got it. Okay. So that's that one done. We didn't need these because these will be separate images. the map we'll have dealt with using JavaScript. It might be a good idea to grab this send button as well, just to be safe. We can achieve that again with CSS, but we'll take that just for browsers that can't handle that. And now I'm going to grab all three of these icons and drag them over like so. So we have there also select a group. Okay, I'm snapping to the grid, which is making it awkward. I'll tell you what, I'll align them to the underside of these here. Now that's 3 of those, but I could do with all of them in their hover states as well. So let's just make this same color as that. This will be the same color as that, and this will be the same color as well. So that gives us our hover states. Now it might also be a good idea if we copy those and we just take the icon elements as well. Now the reason that's useful is if we decide we're going to use CSS to build our buttons, we will need these icons, but it gives us a little bit more freedom with our background colors. We can even use CSS transitions to slowly fade the hover state in, which is more effective when you're just using hex colors in your CSS file. Okay, so that's dealt with. I'll tell you what, let's have a hover state for this one as well. Okay. Okay. Separate them slightly so there's no confusion. Alright, so we've got our logo, a couple of different buttons here. We've got our, oh, I know what we need to do. We need to grab this arrow and copy that. Again, that's 4. I can't even see it. Let's just colour that for the time being. That's if we want to use CSS to build that button after all. Okay, so that was really all we were going to deal with. Our background, as we discussed, we will need separate tile images for, because it's very difficult to use tiling on a CSS sprite sheet. You can really only tile across either the X or the Y axis. Tiling in both directions is impossible without including all your little bits and bobs in your background. So we've kind of made a jumbly kind of file there. We've got everything we need. We could be more efficient in terms of our layout, but it's not going to be a large file size, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to give that some more white space around it because we're going to need this whole area. Okay, I'll colour that white again, and now let's crop it like so. Don't need much around it. We'll make the background transparent by getting rid of the background. Now I'm going to save it. Let's just save it on my desktop there as a sprite PSD. And I'm also going to save the PNG just so we can see how large the file is. Sprite PNG. Okay. sure why that took so long. Okay, so if we close these, we'll now have Sprite PST, which is there. That's always useful to keep as an asset, so that when you need to go back and edit your file, you have everything you need there. We could do with tidying that up in terms of the folder structure and everything, but I'll go back in there now and sort that out to save it in the downloads folder. This is our Sprite PNG. It's 700 by 250 pixels, and if we look at the file size, it is a meager 33 KB. So that's fantastic, really. Okay. Now it's also worth noting that there are a couple of services available for automating some of this process. If I open up my browser here, you see a couple of them here. Spriteme.org will trawl all the visual assets of any given web page and then compile them into a single sprite sheet for you. And then we have here SpriteCow.com, which will take any sprite sheet, analyze it, and output the various coordinates and dimensions of each graphic element. Now this can save you some of the hard work when building your CSS file. Okay, it's time for some further reading. So let me just open up the presentation again. There we go. Take a look at this video tutorial by Tom Green. It looks at using sprite sheets when working with Fireworks and Dreamweaver. Now before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you, as usual. I'd like you to repeat the process I just followed and build a sprite sheet of your own. You might want to do so in a slightly more organized fashion, saying that. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to begin our project by looking at organization. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to quickly look at project organization. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, we're going to look at common directory structure and then file naming conventions. Then I'll ask you to get your hands dirty with an assignment before we begin the next video. So let's first look at our project directory structure. There are conventions which are advisable, though not compulsory, to follow in order to make your life easier in the long run. Using common folder and file names will help if you or others ever need to work on your project further down the line. Let's look at a typical folder structure. We'll just leave our presentation here, and I have on my desktop a generic project folder here, my site, which contains nothing other than a blank index HTML file. If I just quickly open that up in Coda, you'll see that it consists of nothing other than a doc type declaration and the minimum tags necessary to begin a file. We'll discuss this later on though. Now we will also need various assets. We've already discussed our Sprite PNG, for example, so we could just throw that in there. We'd also need CSS files, for example, maybe a reset CSS and a main CSS. I'll just dump those in there as well. But it could quickly get a bit messy and would be very unclear. So it's advisable to use various directories to separate all your content. A typical start would be a CSS or style sheet folder, whatever you like to call it. Remember, these are guidelines, they're not compulsory. But it is a naming convention, which makes it easier for other people to interpret your project. We would also likely need an image folder or images folder. There, our PNG sprite sheet would go in there, for example, and also likely a JavaScript or JS or behavior folder. That is fairly standard, and it's a great way to begin your project. Now, as mentioned, using common names will help others understand your work. If we go into our CSS folder here, I'm going to add a third CSS file in there. Now, using common, take these file names for example. It's clear what the purpose of each of these three CSS files is. We have a reset CSS, then we have a main CSS, and then we have this third blue theme CSS. It's clear what we're looking at there. If we were to have called these file 1, file 2, file 3, it would be very difficult to interpret how this project is built. Also, you should avoid using spaces within your file or folder names. Spaces can conflict in some situations, so stick to underscores or hyphens if necessary. You can also use camel case, such as this example, if that's your preference. Lastly, it's worth mentioning that you should zip it up. You'll find you often begin from the same starting point when you begin any web project, so why not make it easy for yourself and save time recreating this structure every occasion. Zip up the template so it's available every time you begin a project. You may find yourself adding to this template over time if you find there are some files like JavaScript or perhaps PHP that you commonly use. Now, I have no further reading for you as such, more of a recommendation. Check out this NetTuts file structure, which allows you to simply recreate directories and files without going through the normal process in whatever operating system you use. Now, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. Prepare your directory structure as we just did and zip it up ready for use with other projects further down the line. Next time on the 30 days to your first website design, we're going to choose our coding applications. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 days to your first website design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about code editors. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, we'll firstly look at what's needed in terms of the bare minimum of software. We'll then look at a few options, after which we'll take a look at our project so far. Lastly, as ever, once I've handed some further reading over to you, I'll set a small assignment. Now, when building a website, there are two things which you'll need as a bare minimum to get things going. You'll need a text editor to write your various bits of code in, and an FTP client, which is the program used to publish your files to the web server. That's it. You could therefore very easily use Notepad or text editor, depending on whether you're on a Mac or a PC, to write your files and then upload to your web space using, for example, FileZilla, a free and perfectly capable FTP client. I'll just drag that up for you now so you can see what I'm talking about. Here it is. This is FileZilla, and you'll notice here it has on the left side of the screen our local files. The activity will be shown in this window up at the top, and were it to be connected to a remote server, you would see the contents of the file and directory structure here. You'd then just have to literally drag and drop things left and right in order to move things from your local system to the web server. Now, there are plenty of FTP applications available, including Transmit here, another example, that's for the Mac. And there are also plugins for your browser, such as Fire FTP for Firefox. There we go, there's that one. And there are even fully blown apps available for the browser which take care of your editing, such as jsfiddle.net. You can edit in the various windows. Let's, for example, just give you a little look at what it does. We've got a little div in our HTML screen there, and we can add some CSS just to illustrate what's going on. There we go. And then we'll run that, and it appears in our rendering screen here. And you can also add JavaScript and various other bits and bobs there. Now, this is great for real-time experimenting. And there are also much more capable applications such as Code Anywhere. This is a service which requires subscription in order to have any real use, but this allows you to code, to edit, to FTP. it supplies file storage for you, and all online, so you don't even need anything on your own personal system. You can do it from wherever you are. Now we'll get rid of that. That's done and dusted. There are, of course, applications for your system, and you'll have undoubtedly heard of Dreamweaver. Some like TextMate for its simplicity. There's TextMate, very simple. And there are tons of others which I don't really have time to list. My choice is Coda for the Mac, and it deals with things much like many others, but I happen to like the interface. And there it is. It allows you to manage your projects locally. You can see the directory structure of our project, which is on my desktop, listed here in this structure tree. And it acts as an FTP client for uploading directly to the web once your editing is complete. And here you can see a remote copy of our files. Very straightforward. It also helps out with things like code hints, so it's great for that as well. Now, applications such as Coda are known as IDEs, or Integrated Development Environments, as they perform various functions for developing code-based projects. Now, I've made a start on our project. You remember we discussed the directory structure. That should look familiar to you. I've also prepared a background tile in our images folder here for our two textured areas. You can see that here. There's the dark version and the lighter version. Those are two PNG files. We have the sprite PNG. I'm going to drag this from my desktop and add that to our project here. And the images of our friendly staff. I'm going to drag those into the image folder as well. Now, anything that I do within the interface of Coda itself, you'll notice it pays attention to. It's noticed that more files have been added to the directory structure, and it's marked them for publication. So, having changed these, I can click Publish All or publish them all individually, and they'll shoot off straight to the web server. Fantastic, that's all dealt with. Of course, if we were saving and editing files directly in our folder through Finder or Windows, we'd have to take personal note of exactly what's been changed. So those are some additions. You'll notice, of course, that the HTML based document is looking a little more fleshed out. So let's just have a quick look at what we've added there. We'll begin with the head. Now this is the head of our document. I've added a title. That's new, I think. You'll notice I've also added two style sheets. We have our style CSS, which is in our our CSS folder in there. There it is. Now that's going to be where we do the body of our styling. We also have a reset CSS. There are various ways of adding a reset CSS if indeed you want to. This particular CSS file is hosted at Yahoo, and it serves perfectly to reset all the styles of any browser we're working in. So it basically means that your styles all begin from the same base, regardless of the browser. We have a favicon, which is a standard for any website. You can see Coda's using ours to highlight our website here. It's just a 20 by 20 pixel PNG file, whatever you like, be transparent as well. And we reference it here in the head in order to show it on our favorites or our bookmarks or in the browser as well, of course. Now lastly here, this is a conditional comment for Internet Explorer only. So this is basically saying if you're looking at this website through Internet Explorer, I want you to pull in this script. Now this is a JavaScript and it's known as the HTML5 shiv script, and it basically forces Internet Explorer to recognize HTML5 markup, such as this section, for example, the header, the nav. Those are all new semantic elements for HTML5, and earlier versions of Internet Explorer would have problems recognizing those. So this just deals with that. So that's our head. You'll notice I've built up it looks more complicated than it is. A few sections, these are just literally sections. I'll tell you what, we'll jump into our PSD and I'll illustrate to you what those sections are. So we'll open up our PSD here. That was looking a bit messy, don't know what that was. Now we have our upper section here, our features, we have our contact section and our footer. So really what we're doing, I'm going to butcher our image here in order to illustrate what we're doing, is we are building from the top downwards in horizontal bands. We have the first band here, for example. We then have a second one here, a third one here. These are all going to be sections or divs or footer tags. The footer there. Now they're all fairly clear. I'm just going to make this slightly transparent so you can see through them. So those are going to be 4 clear sections in our markup. And we then have an additional wrapper within each one. So if I just highlight that by placing a wrapper there, and a wrapper there, and a wrapper there, and lastly on the footer, those are nested divs within our sections which are going to contain a load of other stuff. Now each of those wrappers is going to have a fixed width and is going to have an auto margin on each side in order to center it in the middle of our page. Each of those wrappers will also have padding top and bottom in order to just create a little bit of spacing on the top and the bottom of each area. So hopefully that's cleared up exactly what the markup means. If I bring it back up again, we can see, for example, we have our upper section, that's this one here, which is our intro. Now that contains our wrapper, which we just discussed, and there within the wrapper is the header, which has our logo and our primary navigation. Now at the moment, if we just preview that, the primary navigation hasn't been styled very much. It's just a list. We needed to, of course, if I go back to my PSD, have the primary navigation along the top right, like so. So we'll do that later on. You can also then see we have a section for our features where the team is, also one with a class of contact. That's the slightly darker area here, and a footer again with a wrapper div nested within it. Now we can take a look at the style CSS. We've firstly begun by declaring a few little bits of information just for our own administration, really, so we can remember when the file was edited, who's done it, what it's for, that sort of thing. That's always a good idea in your CSS files. We've begun with some basic styling with our HTML and our body elements, and then we covered the P elements, which is most of our body text, of course, the paragraphs, the font size, the line height, and a margin at the bottom of each paragraph, and we gave color and some basic styling to our anchor tags. Now the structure has been sorted out quite significantly, as you can see, with the backgrounds and the wrapper, but it really didn't take an awful lot to do that. The wrapper, as we discussed, is a width of 860 pixels with a padding left and right of 50. That's incorrect. That should have been top and bottom of 50 pixels, like so, with a margin of nothing top and bottom, and auto left and right in order to center that within each section. These are our sections. We have the intro, which has the background of the subtle freckles.ping. We'll remind ourselves looks like this. And then the features team section, which again has the same background, and then our contact background, which has the darker ping. And there we go. Plus a subtle border on top. We can see that in the preview, not in the preview of the CSS, of course, in the preview of our index HTML. you can see that there's a subtle dark border on the very top of our contact area, and we can preview that directly in the browser as well, of course. So that's a good begin. It looks pretty solid, and we can now begin to start filling all the areas in order to start making it look more like our PSD. Once again, if I save the style CSS there, I can publish that very simply in Coda. Okay, now it's time for some further reading, I think. So if I just jump back into the presentation, and there we go. To help you make your mind up where code editors are concerned, check out Andrew Burgess's 18 Wonderful IDEs for Windows, Mac and Linux. He outlines all the main contenders and lists the fundamental pros and cons of each. Now, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. Having chosen your IDE, open up the project so far from the download files. Familiarize yourself with what's been done, because next time we're going to start fleshing out more of the web page using our basis. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to continue our coding and look at the web standards model. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and we're now going to have a look at the web standards model. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to discuss what the web standards model is and why we strive to comply with it. We'll then take a look at our own project with regard to web standards. I'll then suggest some further reading as well as setting an assignment. Now, a few videos ago we glimpsed briefly at table-based layouts, what they were and why they were so dreadful. The web standards model aims to solve all the niggling problems manifested in table-based layouts, which typically included any styling in line, i.e. tangled up within the markup. By aiming to comply with web standards, by standardizing the way we build websites, we're making life easier for ourselves, but most importantly, making it clear for web browsers how they should treat our code. So what is this model of which I speak? Well, the standards model breaks aspects of web design into layers. There's structure, style, and behavior. And these are the fundamental components of any web project, and you'll be familiar with them in the form of HTML markup, which is your structure, CSS, which handles the styling, and JavaScript, which deals with any behavior on the front end of your web application. So why bother separating these three? What was wrong with the old methods? Well, there are several distinct advantages. Firstly, there's efficiency. By adhering to standards, you simply need much fewer lines of code. Ease of maintenance. Trawling through single bloated pages of illegible markup and repeated styling and lengthy JavaScript is just not pleasant. Then there's accessibility. Screen readers, for example, for people who are visually impaired, can read your page easily as the content isn't polluted by styling and scripting nonsense. Compatibility. By breaking your project into its composite elements, varying devices have a much better chance of rendering your web pages properly. You can even target individual devices using specific styling, for example. And then there's SEO. Standard compliant pages are easily crawled, understood, and the relevance therefore evaluated by search engine bots. Now let's take a look at our own project. We've covered the directory structure, but you should now have a clear idea of the reasoning behind the structure, like this. I'm just going to open this up in Coda again. So we had our index HTML, we had some basic structure, we introduced the head, and you can see that we had our styles referenced in CSS style sheets, and they're in a separate folder. So we've clearly in this structure managed to separate our structure, our styling, and our behavior. Now let's carry on a little bit with where we left off before we jump into the next video. I think it would probably be a good idea if I'm going to open this up in Google Chrome while we go, work a little bit on the testimonial area, our features area. So we'll add some markup. We've already got a small area here which is going to wrap our testimonials. So let's add some markup for the slides which are going to sit within that. First we'll add our slide itself. Now there are going to be several of these, and these are going to cycle once we've added the JavaScript necessary to do that. But for the time being, just while we work at our layout, we're just going to place one in the markup. If we refer back to our PSD, you'll see our testimonial comprised of some quotation marks, the testimonial itself, a little attribution there, plus our call to action, and then underneath the slide some small simple navigation which we'll use to navigate our way through them. So in terms of markup, we have our slide containing an H2 tag which has got our quote. We have the attribution in a span at the end of that, embedded sort of within it, and then the call to action, which is simply an anchor tag with the words "see how" within there. Now we'll also need the slide navigation, although this will be generated dynamically. For the sake of styling it to begin with, let's just add that in under here. Now you can see that's just a div with a class of slide nav and 4 anchor tags, one of which is active. So that done, we can now go about styling it. So we'll quickly just Command and S and save that, and then we'll open up our CSS. Let's take a quick look at exactly what we've done in the browser there. That's not looking particularly exciting, but you can see exactly what's gone on. There's the call to action there. Alright. So to begin with, let's style our H2 heading. Now we were going to use Google Fonts, if you recall. And just open up the PSD. You'll recall that we were going to use a font called Lato, or Lato. I still don't know how to say it. So if I go over to Google Fonts, where are we? There it is. We'll open it in the web fonts. Now it's quite easy to see how we use it. We wanted the normal and the bold, if you remember, and it quite simply tells you here how to add this font. It's a CSS file, and it requests that you stick it in your head tags before anything else. Of course, we're going to have to declare the font before our own style sheets, which are going to continue to style them. So let's just add that, and we'll add also the Droid font while we're about it. There we go. So this is our Lato, which is the same little bit of syntax we were just offered up on the Google site, and this is the same sort of idea, but for our Droid serif font. So that's our fonts declared, so we can now go about using them in our style CSS just as we would any other font. So let's begin with an H2 declaration here, and we'll begin by simply saying that we want to use this Lato for our font family, and we want that's not a serif, it's a sans serif, of course. We could do with using the bold derivative of that. Why do I keep hitting that key there? That's frustrating. Okay, according to our design, that was at 58 pixels with a line height adhering to our baseline grid, if you recall back to that lesson, which is a multiple of 20, because our paragraphs work on 20 pixels of line height. That's at 60 pixels, and the color I'm going to have to go and grab from the PSD itself, so we'll open that up. and it was our dark green, if you recall that. Okay, so that's our H2. That's a general styling, and we're going to have to, of course, style our slide H2 in terms of its positioning and size slightly differently, but that's a good start. The Betty Biggins, our little attribution here, we could style that next. That should be fairly straightforward. So let's begin by adding a testimonial section here, and then I'm just going to grab some styling which I prepared here just to make things slightly quicker for you. And now you can see here I'm calling the Droid Serif font. It's 18 pixels font size. It would ordinarily have inherited the bold from the H2 which in which it's sitting, so we need to specify that it's a normal font weight, and this is going to be the italic version. So quickly just jumping back and refreshing the page, you'll see that we've very quickly achieved that result. Now the H2 itself, according to our design, is much smaller than the width of the slide. Having measured that, I happen to know that it is 560 pixels wide, and that we're going to need a margin on this left side of 60 pixels to the edge of the document. So that, where are we? Achieves that very quickly. First I'll have to save that, obviously. And there we go, it's looking much better. We have the 3 lines of text. Now, in order to add this speech mark here, I've used a graphic because the web font doesn't coincide 100% with the droid serif that we've installed on our system. It was a much less fancy quotation mark, and that's not what I'm after. So I've altered the sprite sheet and added that as a graphic. Now we're going to use the interesting before pseudo element of our slide, and what that basically does is takes our slide element, this one, and it adds a sort of sub element, a little sort of dynamic element, the before element, to that, and we bring that into existence using content, which is currently nothing. We could put text or anything in there if we wanted, and we display it as a block of 35 pixels square. We're then going to position that absolutely, and in order for that to work, we first need to make sure that our slide has a position of relative, so that this will be positioned absolutely at the 10 pixels from the top and 0 pixels from the left of our slide. Now it's going to have a background using our sprite, and if we just go back to the sprite, I've measured across here 250 pixels from the side and 150 pixels from the top, and you can see that referred to here. We pull the sprite image 250 pixels left, and we pull it 150 pixels up, and we ask it not to repeat. So if I save that and I refresh the page, you'll notice our before pseudo element 35 by 35 pixels with our sprite as its background. Perfect. Now we're going to do something very similar for our call to action, which is currently just an anchor there, simply styled. I'm going to grab the styling quite quickly so that we can just race on with this. Here we go. Now this is it. We've given it a class of CTA, call to action, and we're asking for something very similar actually. It's going to be a block displayed element, so we can determine perfectly its width. It's 102 pixels wide. We're going to give it a padding on the top of 110 pixels, which means that it's going to effectively be a block, something like this. The padding at the top will give the text room for the graphic. We'll align the text in the middle of that 102 pixel width. Again, we're using the sprite as its background, and again I've measured exactly where it should be, so we have to shift the sprite image 220 pixels to the left, and it's at the top of our sprite, so that's fine. Again, identical typeface to the attribution there, droid serif, 18 pixels, normal font weight and italic. We've got rid of the text decoration, which would otherwise have been a straight line, an underline under the link text itself, and we're positioning it again absolutely to the right of the slide, although it is 80 pixels from the right of the slide, I should just mention, like so, and we're positioning it slightly up from the bottom of the slide as well. So if I save that and I refresh the page, you see exactly what we've got there. Our block element with padding at the top, typography exactly the same as this, and sitting neatly at the bottom and the right of the slide. Now, it'll take too long for me to style everything else here in this upper section while you watch, so for the time being we're going to leave it like that. Needless to say, I'm going to be styling these 4 links to emulate these links as we designed here. Before the next time, I'm going to just style these links for our primary navigation, and I'm going to make sure that this smile link, the main link, takes on the appearance of our logo, like so. Okay, so we're making good progress. I hope that was clear enough for you to follow along with. So now I think it's time for some further reading. So we're going to jump back into my presentation. Oh, we've already done this one, excuse me. Alright, have a look at what's said about the web standards model over on the World Wide Web Consortium wiki. If any organisation has a sound opinion on web standards, it's the guys who actually develop them. Next we have this. Take a look at HTML fundamentals. You really can't do much better than this article by Michael James Williams over on ActiveTuts. Now, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. Keep going with our files. Continue to build the HTML and CSS as we've just done in this video. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to look a little more closely at markup and semantics. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thank you for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to look a little further into HTML and semantics. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. We're firstly going to define semantics. We'll then look at some examples of what semantics are and what they're not. Then we'll complete our own document's markup, adhering to the rules we discuss. Finally, after some further reading, and before we jump into the next video, I'll ask you to complete an assignment. Now, the word semantic with regard to HTML is used to refer to the meaning of the markup used. These days, with the arrival of HTML5 syntax, we can use elements such as nav to denote navigational elements of the site, whereas previously we might have just used a div with the class of nav. We also have footer, which you'll have seen in our web markup. Previously we might have used a div with the ID of footer, perfectly understandable for whoever wrote it, but not a recognizable standard. Having more semantic elements at our disposal allows us to more clearly describe the contents of our web pages. Remember the standards model we talked about in the last video? The separation of structure, styling and behavior? Well, using semantics with our markup simply helps us to give fundamental meaning to our HTML without having to visually describe it. Semantics further aid the accessibility of our document. Screen readers don't use the styling we define, so by explaining them with markup what each area of the page is for, screen readers can better interpret what they're looking at. Semantics also help to clean things up, as the 2 examples I've given you suggest. Now, it's worth noticing that practicing semantics doesn't just apply to the elements you use, it can also go as far as the selectors, the classes, the IDs that you define. Take this for example, an H2 heading tag with a class of red, or a div with a class of left. You might think these are fine, and you might come across them in examples you find on the web, but actually in assigning identifiers like these, you're tangling up the structure and the presentation again. Who's to say that this left div won't be positioned at the right of the page in the future? You might then have a CSS rule which looks a bit like this, which would be utter nonsense. Keep your selector names semantic. Describe what you're building, not how it might appear. Okay, so that's covered the meaning of semantics. Let's now finish off our markup as semantically as possible. Let's exit first our presentation and we'll jump back into Coda where we have our index.html waiting for us. It will all look fairly familiar to you. I haven't changed anything in the meantime, but I have made some additions to the style CSS, which I can demonstrate to you now by opening Google Chrome. Here is our page in its current state. As promised, I've added styling to the logo. I have just polished up the primary navigation, and I added a bit of styling to the navigation for our slideshow. Now, these links don't actually do anything yet because, as I mentioned, these are going to be added dynamically using the jQuery plugin, which will power our slideshow there. So if you refer to the styles, I'm not going to go through the whole thing because I'm afraid we just don't have time. Logo is built with just a couple of groups of rules here, the H1 and the anchor within that H1. Primary navigation isn't much more complex. Notably, the primary nav, which is the unordered list containing our navigation there. If we just refer back to Google Chrome and I inspect the element, you will see that this UL element here has been neatly positioned in the top right hand corner of its containing wrapper. Lastly, there was the slider navigation. Again, very simple. Each one of those little buttons is simply an anchor which has had its text indented way beyond the boundaries of the link itself, and it has a background using our sprite. So that's all perfectly clear. The slide nav, which is the containing div, is the width of the whole page, and you can see it has a text aligned centrally so that all of those little links sit neatly in the middle of our page. Okay, now back to the point of this exercise. We're going to add the missing elements, all the markup that we need to add, and if we refer to our PSD, we can see that we're talking about these three columns here, two larger columns in our contact area, and the information in the footer here. Now for our three columns within our team area here, we might normally have used a div for each one. We're actually going to be concentrating more on the semantics, so where a more semantic element is available, it's advisable to use it. We're therefore going to go for an article tag. So let's find our team. That's here. We're going to stick 3 article tags in here. Now an article is can be described as a sort of independent chunk of information. If you can imagine it going into your RSS feeder, for example, and you don't need any other information around it to describe what's going on, then that is worthy of being an article. In our case, we have, for example, an image, a header, and a paragraph. And you can imagine that if you were to remove everything else around here, you'd have enough information within this article to understand what's going on. Now, I have actually prepared some markup here in order to just speed things up because we're running against the clock, I'm afraid. So having placed this article here, I'm just going to replace it with slightly more elaborate markup. You can see I've given it a class of subcol that's going to be used to define the dimensions and the fact that it's is one of 3 columns floating to the left, and this simply identifies it as the first of those columns. Each one has an image there with its alternative text, the header and the relevant text. So I'm just going to paste the additional 2 articles in there so we can crack on. And there they are. You can see here within our wrapper we have our 3 articles, 1, 2, 3, and each one contains the relevant information. I'll save that. I'll just jump back into Google Chrome here and refresh the page, and you can see there the 3 columns relatively unstyled. Excellent. Now let's move on to our contact area. Again, 2 columns, each one of which contains a header. So let's just punch those in here. These are in our contacts section. So again, I'm going to copy and paste some of this, I'm afraid. Firstly, I'm going to use a div to contain that instead of an article. I'll just finish off that as I advised in a previous video. So that takes care of the header and the paragraph underneath. Now we need to add an image. Now this is going to be our Google map as shown here. Now we can either use, we could embed an elaborate JavaScript widget here, that's one option. We could go and copy and slice our own image, but you can actually relatively easily grab a dynamic static image from the Google with the Google API. This is the documentation here. Just go and Google static maps from Google and you'll find it. All you need to do is generate a path which will go to the Google server, and it will pull back an image depending on the attributes you use. You can determine the markers, the zoom level, the positioning, or all kinds of things. It's fantastic. So if I just jump back into Coda here, I'm going to quickly paste in the path that I have generated. I've gone for the easy option, and I've basically determined where our marker is going to be. This is our marker here with a color which I've pulled, the hex value which I've pulled from our PSD, given it a label of E, which I'm actually going to change. I'll give it S for smile, it's much better. And then I've determined where that is using the Envato headquarters street address. Perfectly simple. You can also determine the dimensions of your image there, and this sensor false just indicates that I don't have any kind of GPS geolocating jiggery pokery going on. I'm actually defining the location myself. So if I save that and jump back into Google Chrome and refresh the page, you'll see that it's pulled a perfect image from the Google servers. Excellent. So let's go back to our PSD. We had the address details underneath. Now, just 2 quick divs with our address details underneath there. Oh, not Chrome, we're going Coda. So there's our image, and I'll just paste those 2 divs with a couple of paragraphs underneath. Now in the adjacent column we've got our form. I'm just going to copy and paste that in as well. There we go. Here's our second div, also with the class of col, with col2 identifying it there. The header, just the same as always. This opens up our form here, and you can see 3 paragraphs containing labels with various inputs. This first one has a label with a class of error. This is again going to be generated dynamically using our form validation script, but for the meantime I'm going to add it statically so we can style it properly when the time comes. And it ends with a button at the bottom. Just checking our PSD, that kind of takes care of everything there, which leaves us with just this footer. So we need to put in our footer a paragraph and 3 social links, which is fairly straightforward. I'll go and grab the paragraph, find our footer, which you'll now recognize as being very semantic, perfect, within the wrapper there, and there is
there's that copyright paragraph. And lastly, I just wanted an unordered list, which I'm going to give a class of social. Neatly end it as so. And then I'm going to add 3 list elements. I'll give that an empty class for the time being, each containing an anchor. That's going to be our Skype one. Give that a class of Skype. Then we wanted a Twitter and a Facebook. There we go. So those are our links, and there's our copyright. I'll save that. Go and have a look in Chrome, see how we're doing. There we have our address details, second heading, our form button, copyright paragraph, and 3 social links. So that, quite neatly, in fewer than 200 lines of markup, and that includes the head of our document, is our entire markup, which is great. And in fact, some of that will actually be generated dynamically as well. So we'll be able to remove those soon too, which is fantastic. And we've done a good job of describing things as semantically as possible. Okay, it's time for some further reading. So let's just jump back into our presentation here. There we go. Firstly, for clarification on what semantics mean, have a look at this entry on Wikipedia. Then, for a more opinion-based article, see what Peter Gaston has to say on the importance of semantics on the web. This is a quick article in which he discusses aboutness. There's a new word for you. Lastly, for a solid reference on all the semantic elements currently available through HTML5, take a look at html5doctor.com. You'll also find a lot of discussion about how to use each element and what they mean. Now, before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. I want you to finish off the HTML markup of our document, as I just demonstrated. It's good practice for all we've been discussing about semantics. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to continue with our design by looking further into the CSS. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to simply go a little further into the CSS of our web design. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Well, we're going to open up our layout PSD, our HTML and our CSS so far, and concentrate on the column layout. We'll then examine the ClearFix hack to solve our floating problems. Then once we've completed that, I'll suggest some further reading and then set an assignment. Okay, this is a nice theory-free video, so let's dive straight into our PSD and remind ourselves of the progress so far. And here it is. Now, the completed PSD looks like this. As you remember, our markup was complete and we'd finished styling this upper area. We're now in the process of building these columns here, the 3 columns for our team and these 2 columns for our contact area. And if we look at how it's currently faring in the browser, we can see that some of the styling is still missing. We have the content, but we need to just style it correctly. So let's jump into our CSS and our HTML and figure out what needs doing next. Well, we have our columns here. These are our articles, if you remember. Each one has a class of subcol and is further identified by a secondary class to allow us to give us a little bit more control. Then we have our larger columns, each one having a class of col and a secondary class there. So let's go to the bottom of our CSS file and we'll add a section which we'll call columns for obvious reasons. We'll begin with our larger columns and I'll put down here our sub columns. Now each one is going to need a a width. So we'll go back into our PSD, we'll bring up our guides and our grid and remind ourselves of the dimensions. Now you'll recall that we used the 960 grid framework, and we could in fact use the CSS that's provided with that framework had we not have used the grid in a sort of arbitrary way. As you can see, our columns actually consist of gutters on the outside and then the columns within them, and then we've actually used a column as our guttering, which is fine. We can do exactly whatever we please. The grid is there for our use, but it means that we're going to have to define the grid dimensions ourselves. So we can see here we've got guttering of 40 pixels for these smaller columns with widths of 260. So let's just define that here. Those are widths of 260, and they had guttering which we'll define with a margin of 40 pixels on the right hand side. Now these are going to float left, which means they're all going to tuck in beside each other on the screen. Now we've got very similar styling for our column, but we have different dimensions, of course, which I happen to know are 380 pixels of width with a margin of 50 on the right. So I'll save that, and I'm going to refresh our page in the browser. Now instantly what you can see are a couple of problems, apart from it looking horrendous. Firstly, you'll notice that our third column here, and that's the case with these larger columns as well, the last column in the collection is too wide to fit within the wrapping element, and that's because we've given them all this margin, whereas the third one in this case doesn't have space for that, so it's been squashed underneath them. So we're going to use our additional classes. In this case that was col3 for our last column, just to remove the margin. In the case of our larger column, the second column, I want to apply the margin actually to the left hand side instead of the right. So I'll just check that. And you can see now that they, regardless of the messing up of the clearing here, which we'll discuss in a second, you can see that they're positioned correctly. We have the 3 columns, and then nicely underneath we have 2 columns, the correct widths, and then the correct positions. So what we need to be doing is clearing these floats, because the containing element, in this case with the 3 columns, it was this upper light area here. The containing element isn't able to actually contain them because they're breaching its boundaries. We need to add a third element underneath them, sorry, a fourth element in this case, which will then clear the floats and force the containing element to once again wrap things up. And I can demonstrate this by adding some markup here. If I add a div to the just after all the articles here, and I'm going to give it some inline styling here. I'm going to clear both on that. This is a common approach. You can see that if I just inspect the elements here using my element inspector, I'll find this div, and here it is, and you can see it there. It's filled the width of the page, the wrapper rather, and it's cleared those floats, forcing the containing element to once again hold everything within it. That's great, but it kind of goes against everything which we've said about separating our concerns. We've basically used a presentational, we've used a structural item for presentational purposes. This shouldn't really be in here. It doesn't have any semantic value whatsoever. So we'll get rid of it. What we're instead going to do is use the clearfix hack by generating an element using our CSS. Now we'll do that at the bottom here. This is quite a well documented and commonly used hack. Firstly, what I'm going to need to do is assign a class to all the elements, the containing elements, which I need to behave as containers. These are containers which contain floating elements which need clearing. So we're going to call that group, which I believe Jeffrey Zellman coined as a very semantic way of describing a grouped area of floats. So we'll use that class there. Now we're going to use a pseudo selector of after. And if you recall, earlier on we used the pseudo element before in order to add this element to our testimonials here. Now all we're doing is adding a clearing element after these group containers. And we do so in a similar way. We assign it some content, in this case nothing, but at least it brings it into the land of the living. And we're going to give it a display of block. So it's a block level element, and we're clearing both, just as we did with our div. Now in order to make it visible, I'm going to give it a height of 5 pixels and a background of black. So that will just illustrate to you what I've done, and you can see it there and there, serving its purpose perfectly, and the markup hasn't been touched at all, of course, so that's great. So if I get rid of the background color and the height, that will be entirely invisible. Now there are a couple of additional lines which you'll need in order to cater for some older browsers, naming no names. I'm going to suggest some further reading at the end of this video, and you can then go and read more about exactly what this does. But needless to say, this is a very solid way of clearing your uncontrollable floats. So that's looking pretty good. Now whilst we're here, I'm just going to improve these headers here, just so we can slap ourselves on the back and continue with what we're doing. I happen to know that the H3s are very similar to the H2s that we defined earlier on in the series. They have a font size of 28, and we're going to give them a line height of 40, which will keep them adhered to the baseline grid. I'm also going to add a margin at the bottom of 20 pixels, which once again keeps things along the baseline grid. So if I refresh the page, you can see those looking an awful lot better. One little problem I can see here is there's a random line which is cropped up. I'm not entirely sure what that is, so I'm going to just inspect that here. I can see it's got something to do with form, which according to my CSS here has an additional background, even though its containing element has a background, and that's because I can see I've assigned it a class of contact when the section that it's in is also a class of contact, and that's where this additional background's coming from. And this border at the top, it's that border at the top we can see. Yeah. So I need to just go and remove that class from the form. And here's our form. I'll just change that to contact form, and then we refresh the page. That's excellent. Now there are two more columns which need floating. Those are our address columns. I'm going to begin by changing this address because it's too big. Excuse me while I do this. There we go. That will just deal with that. That should be 3 lines now instead of 4. These are our addresses. Now I'm just going to grab these from the CSS I prepared earlier, just to speed things up. There are columns once again, so I'm going to add this little piece to the bottom of our column section. Much the same idea. They have a width, a margin, and they float to the left. And of course we've already applied our clear fix to the containing element here, so that shouldn't be a problem anymore. And there they are, perfectly neat. Okay, there's still some styling to be done. For example, the border around this image, I can do with adding some more spacing to the images here. But the purposes of this video are complete. We wanted to sort our columns out and discuss exactly what ClearFix, the ClearFix hack, does for us. So it's time now for some further reading. I'm going to jump back into our presentation here.
I'd like to take a look at what Chris Coyer over on CSS Tricks has to say about the ClearFix hack. He also suggests that you head over to Nicholas Gallagher's blog for a look at his newer approach to clear fixing. Now before we jump into the next video, I'd like you to bring your HTML and CSS up to where we are now. Next time on 30 days to your first website design, we're going to continue our project and also look into browsers. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Touch Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 days to your first website design, a Touch Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about browsers. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. We'll firstly take a look at some browser examples, and then we're going to explore something called graceful degradation, then another something known as progressive enhancement, and after having discussed all that, we'll have a look at our own CSS in relation to various browsers. Lastly, as always, I'll give you some further reading plus an assignment. Now, as a web designer, you're aiming to have your work experienced by the global masses, and more often than not, via a web browser. There are several browsers around, and it's nothing to do with you which of these browsers are used to view your sites. So it's therefore advisable to bear each one in mind when building your projects. The most significant browsers are those you see here: Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Opera, Internet Explorer, and Apple Safari. And if we take a look at the figures provided by W3 Schools, I just open up my browser here, drag that so you can actually see what I'm talking about. We can get a good idea of the proportion of internet activity which finds its way through each one. Now, implementing your own analytics will give you a more accurate picture of the browsers used to view your own sites. But we can see here that most web pages are viewed with Firefox, then Chrome, then Internet Explorer, and Safari and Opera, as you can see, hold a relatively small portion of the market. And we can explore these figures further and examine the proportion each version of each browser holds. Let's take a look at Internet Explorer, for example, and we can see that currently most Internet Explorer users have version 8 running. There we go. A smaller but growing number have version 9 installed, and some folk still have versions 7 and even 6 running. Now, why is this relevant? Well, unfortunately, browsers behave differently where your markup and styling is concerned. Some older versions may not understand the CSS rules you're using. Then again, they may well understand them, but deal with them differently to other browsers. This means that your design can look very different from one browser to the next. Now, there are a few approaches to dealing with this harsh reality. Firstly, you could ignore older browsers. Let's jump back into the presentation here for a second. And make sure your design works in more modern versions. Many people these days ignore Internet Explorer 6 as it's very outdated and can cause web designers a lot of costly extra work. The risk, of course, is that by shunning some browser users, you're alienating part of your audience. Secondly, you could employ what's known as graceful degradation. Build your designs so that they're optimized for modern browsers, making use of the latest web techniques, but ensuring that older browsers can still make perfectly good use of the site. Perhaps a user has images in their browser disabled. Now, adding a description of your image in the alt attribute will ensure that they at least know what should be there. Thirdly, there's the progressive enhancement approach, which is similar in ways to the graceful degradation which we just spoke about, but in this case a site is designed according to the capabilities of the lowest common denominator. Perhaps we would aim for a site to perform perfectly from IE7 onwards. We could then progressively enhance our design for more modern browsers, according to what they're capable of. We may, for example, apply CSS3 gradients to backgrounds for Chrome, in which in IE7 appear as flat colors. Users who have more modern browsers enjoy a richer experience. Lastly, we could work our socks off to make sure that our site appears and behaves as near to identically as possible in all browsers. Whichever option you favour is down to your own discretion. Now let's take a look at our own project if I just get rid of this window here, we can take into account some of the theories we've just spoken about. So I'm going to open up Coda once again. If I remind us of what we needed to be doing here in Photoshop, we were about to approach the footer area of our design. Now these links here, our social links, they are particularly interesting in this current situation, as you'll see. So let's firstly continue with a little bit of styling. If we examine what it currently looks like in the browser, we'll see that there's significant styling missing in the footer. So if we go straight into our CSS and add a section at the bottom here called footer, we can start to add some styles. Now our footer itself could do with some padding because it looked a little bit cramped there, so we'll add 20 pixels to the top, slightly more at the bottom, and that should already significantly improve the spacing in our footer there. Okay, now I'm just going to copy and paste some of the styling for the copyright statement there. And there we have the copyright. It was a paragraph which I've given a font size of 12, a different color, and I've floated it left. There were a couple of links in there whose color I've also changed. Let's just take a quick look at that. And there you can see them there floated to the left. Okay, so that's good. Now we really need to look at our links over here. So we're aiming now for the more capable browsers, and you'll see why in a second. I'm just going to punch in a couple of styles such as this. There we go. Now the social was that was our unordered list, and our list items are going to float right and have a little bit of a margin on each of them. So next all we need to do is cater for the anchors within those link items, list items, sorry. Now each one, according to our design, has a width of 40 pixels and also a height equal to that, and we'll need to display them as block level elements in order to get them to inherit that. We are going to remove the text by indenting it way beyond the boundaries of the element itself. So that's that. So let's take a quick look at what we've done there. And they have of course vanished to the naked eye. They are there, you can see the hover taking effect there, because we now need to cater for the background on each one. Now according to our markup, we had each list item with its own class to identify it there, a Skype, a Twitter and a Facebook. So we're going to add those now. If we go back and check our, sorry, where's Photoshop? Go back and check our sprite PSD, we'll see that we allowed a few options here. We're going to go for this third option here, the transparent background, and just stick this little transparent icon on each one. Now that means we're going to have to specify a background color as well, but that's no problem. So I'll just grab these and just quickly paste them in, and you can see here we have each list item and the anchor within it. We've assigned a background of the sprite ping, and we've positioned that according to where those icons are. We've also then determined that they will have our default green as a background color. So if we just take a look at that, you can see there they are. Now they need a hover state as well, which we'd already determined in our PSD, which was that lighter green. Now you can see here I haven't changed the actual background image. I'm determining simply the color of the background. So if I refresh that, we now have a nice neat hover effect. Now in order to achieve the circle look, we're going to just add some border radius to this. So we go into our A element here, and you can see we've used the CSS3 border radius rule there, which is exactly 20 pixels, which will put a nice curve on each of the four corners of our link. And I've used here the WebKit and the Mozilla prefixes here just for older versions of Chrome and Firefox and Safari. So if I just refresh that in my Chrome browser, you'll see that it perfectly makes the circles which we had built in our PSD. Now the advantage to using background colours there means that we're much more flexible with our colours themselves, but it also gives us a little bit more flexibility with modern effects such as transitions. Now I'm just going to demonstrate that using a WebKit transition because we're testing in Chrome here. So that's saved. I'm just transitioning the background change that we've defined in the colour there. So if I refresh the page, you'll see that that hover effect now becomes much more subtle, and that would be very difficult to achieve with our sprite image if we'd relied purely on these images. Now that's because transitioning this background image from one to the other would result in a scrolling effect as we move between the two states. Now it does mean, however, that older browsers are kind of missing out on this, and if I just show you the result on the online version, if I open up Adobe Browser Lab, well, we'll discuss browser testing in further video. You can see I've taken a screenshot here, and as IE7 is struggling a little bit with our design at the moment. There are a couple of problems with it, but crucially our links remain square, which is a bit of a shame. Now this is an example, if you like, of graceful degradation. We've catered for the more modern browser. It looks exactly as we wanted it to, and they are present in older browsers. They look different, but at least the functionality remains present. We can still use these links exactly as we would in our modern browser. We just miss out on a little of the aesthetic pleasure that's brought to us by CSS3 rules here. So we really could do with, well, we need to make the decision. We can either leave it like this, or we can apply some kind of fallback in order to bring IE7 up to scratch. And if you recall our sprite sheet here, we did actually provide these images in order to use them, so we could use them right now. Now in order to take advantage, we don't want to add too much to our CSS file. We want to use all this modern stuff that we've put in our CSS file for the modern browsers. So we need to separate things a little bit, which means that we're going to go back into our index HTML, and we're going to add a conditional comment just underneath here, which basically says, and this is legible by Internet Explorer only, it says if this is less than Internet Explorer version 9, then I want you to load up this CSS file here. So this is ignored by all browsers other than those Internet Explorer 8, 7 and 6 and beyond even, but we're not going to worry too much about those. So now we need to make ourselves an extra CSS file which can be used in this event. So we'll save that. We'll then make a new file encoder here called IE.CSS, and now it's in this CSS file we're going to place some of our rules in order to improve the situation which we've just seen is experienced by IE7. So I'm going to quickly grab this and paste it in just to keep things moving quickly, and I'll begin the CSS file with another little declaration here of what's going on, so that's for our own personal reference. Now I have two sets of 3 rules here. We're basically stating that the background is in fact still the PNG, our sprite, but we've changed the coordinates for in order to place these 3 images here as our backgrounds. We've specified that it's transparent. The background color is going to be transparent because we previously specified that the background color of our links
would be this green colour. So we need to remove that, otherwise we're still going to be presented with these square colours here. So we're looking at transparent links with the background of our circular buttons. We then also have a hover state for each of those, and that is of course dealing with these three images here. So if I save that, I'm going to publish all those files we've done so far to the net in order that we can actually just quickly test those in Browser Lab. So they're uploading as we speak. I'm taking a frustrating amount of time. Go on, off you go. There we go. Now I'll move back into Browser Lab and I'm going to refresh IE7, which should now be taking into account all of these additional rules here, like so. There we go, 100%. Okay, and there we go. Now, still some problems, as I've discussed. We'll have to deal with those in a later video, but crucially, you can see here it's making good use of our sprite and is overruling the slightly nicer effects that we applied to more modern browsers. Okay, it's time for some further reading as usual. So let's just jump back into the presentation. I have two articles worth reading for you, both of which I've quoted in this video. The first is a classic from 2002 by Peter Paul Koch. He describes the concepts behind graceful degradation. Secondly, for great summary of the ideas behind progressive enhancement, try this article on a list apart by Aaron Gustafsson. Now, before we jump into the next video, I'd like you to decide for yourself which approach makes most sense to your design. Remember to consider your audience. It's the users who you're catering for, after all. I'd also like you to take a look at our CSS and update what you've done if you're following along. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to move on to the next level in the standards model, behavior. We're going to get our slideshow up and running. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to forget about theory for a bit and just concentrate on getting our slideshow up and running. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Firstly, we're going to head on over to jquery.com and grab the all-important jQuery library. Then we're going to head over to Mike Alsop's site and grab his fantastic jQuery cycle plugin. Then we're going to come back to our own website and hook it up. Before we tackle the next video in the series, we'll look at some additional reading and then an assignment. Okay, so we may as well just dive straight into this. If I exit the presentation, you'll see I have jQuery.com waiting for me in the browser window here. And here you can grab the source code straight away from this nice big call to action button there. And we can save that. Or alternatively, we can go and check out some of their own CDN hosted versions. The advantage of using this being that we free up some of the HTTP requests that we'll be making from our website. If you remember back to me saying how you can get a bottleneck because of the amount of requests that can happen simultaneously. So by grabbing it from an external server, we can do that simultaneously while we're busy pulling all our own resources off our own web server. So we'll make a note of this location here. Then secondly, we're going to need to go and grab the jQuery cycle plugin from Mike Alsop's site. This is it. There are a ton of examples here. Mike's done all the hard work for us. We're going to be using an example such as on this intermediate page because we need this pager effect here. You can see this is a similar snippet to the one we'll be using. He has determined a target element where his pager links are going to be injected. So we're going to download that cycle plugin. It comes in light and full versions. The full version isn't particularly heavy anyway, so we're just going to grab that
and pump it into our downloads folder there. And you can see that's already complete. Now we'll get rid of that for the time being, and we will go back to our project. Here it is. Let's first of all grab cycle plugin. We'll put that directly into our JavaScript folder, and then let's move to our index.html. And if we remind ourselves how that was looking by bringing up the browser, you can see that the styling for this upper area is all complete. This is going to be an example of a slide, and we have here these navigation links waiting to just be hooked up. Now in order to have slides, we're going to actually need some slides with content as well. So let's just look in our index.html here. We're going to need a number of these slides here within our testimonial div there. That's the container which is going to be holding all our slides. Now we're going to define this container in our little initiation code. What it's going to do is treat each of its child elements as a slide. I can instantly see that there's a mistake here, because it's going to treat this div, our slide nav, as one of its child elements, and it's going to treat it like a slide, and we don't want that because this is supposed to be outside of our actual slideshow. So now let's pump in a load more slides. I've prepared some which I can just copy and paste in just to speed things up as usual. So if I copy those, and let's see, where are we? We'll put a new slide underneath our first one here. So there we go, that's 4 slides, all of which are sitting in our testimonial container there. Let's just Command and S save that, and then we'll preview it by refreshing the page. So there you can see we have 4 nice testimonial quotes. Very nice. Obviously we don't want it to display like this though, that's a bit of a mess. And once the jQuery plugin kicks in, it's going to be just displaying these one at a time and cycling through them. Now the problem is we're going to be adding our code, our JavaScript, to the bottom of our page. The reason we do this is that it has to load. Our page loads from the top all the way down to the bottom, and if we put it into our head, none of this will load until our JavaScript has loaded. Now we don't actually need any of our JavaScript until all this content and all its associated styling is dealt with, so that's a little bit wasteful. We're going to be presenting our users with just a blank screen, even if it's just for a microsecond, while everything's loading. So we're better off loading all the content and then loading our JavaScript. That does mean that for however briefly, they're going to be presented with this before our JavaScript kicked in. So it's a good idea now. Let me just zoom out so we can see it. I'm going to make a screenshot of this just to demonstrate what we're going to be doing. If I just grab that like so, and then I'm going to open that up in Photoshop. What we need to do is grab our testimonial container element, and we're going to define its dimensions properly, like so. We're going to give it a fixed height, and then we're going to apply the CSS rule overflow hidden, which means that anything within that div which flows beyond its boundaries is going to be hidden. So we're actually going to be sort of creating a sort of window effect here. We're going to be hiding all these additional slides from view as soon as the page is loaded, so that will neaten things up. So let's go straight into our CSS. If I jump into Coda there we go. Now in our testimonial section, we're just going to apply that to our testimonial. That was our container element. We're going to give it a height of 200 pixels, and as I've said, we're going to give it overflow property of hidden. Now saving that, jumping back into here, I reset the zoom, I'm going to reset the page, and now you can see it's only displaying the first of those divs. The others are all hidden from view, so that's much neater. Now let's concentrate on actually getting this code into our page. As I said, we're going to be introducing the jQuery and the cycle plugin to the bottom of our page. So let me just grab those and pump those in just before the closing body tag. This is where our jQuery is going to go. So if I recall, it was on the Google server. I'm going to paste that in like so. Once that's loaded, we can then load our plugin, which is in our JavaScript folder. So if I just put in a relative path to that, that's going to load those two up. And then we just need to instantiate everything. So we're going to hook it up. There we go. We're going to need some more script tags in that case, again of type text JavaScript. And now this is where we're going to place our code to instantiate the whole lot. Now we're going to kick off with the ready event method. Now what this does is it houses all the code that we're going to use to get our plugin working. There it is. Okay. Everything we're going to use is going to sit within this ready method. It basically waits until all our documents has finished loading before it allows anything within it to be executed. Now, as all our JavaScript requires all the contents, such as all the slideshow elements and its appropriate styling, it needs those to be all ready and waiting before it kicks in. So that just prevents any hiccups there. So having done that, we now need to add our actual instantiation code. Let me just copy and paste that in there as well. Okay, there it is. Let's just comment that so that we can remember what we're doing here. This was the cycle plugin. Okay, and as you can see, we're targeting the testimonial div, the class of testimonial, and we're applying the cycle method to it. And here we are adding a couple of options to that method, which override the default options that come with the cycle plugin. We're assigning an effect of fade. That's very straightforward. It could be any one of a number of animations with various easing levels and all sorts of things. We're going to keep it simple with just a fade there, and we want our pager, all those paging links, to be injected into our slide nav div. So if we go back up to our slide nav div, you can see it here. So all these links that we manually put in, we don't actually need anymore. Okay, so there, that's neatened that up. There it is. Okay, so it's as simple as that. We've called a jQuery, we've called the plugin, and we've instantiated it here. So now if I save that, and I go back to our browser window to reset, we can see there's a little bit of a hiccup on the layout there, but aside from that, you'll see it's cycling through all those slides which we put in our markup, and these links work exactly as they should be doing as well. Now the reason this is here is, I imagine, because there is a default width to the slides. This was positioned absolutely, if you remember, so it's obviously not wide enough, its parent element. So we'll go back to our CSS, and its parent was of course slide, so I'm just going to make that the same width as the wrapper container. So I'll save that and reset it. Okay, and you see that's positioned it properly again on the right hand side. So there you go, that serves our purposes perfectly well. We have our slideshow, we have our testimonials, and it all works very neatly. Okay, it's time as usual for some further reading, so I'm going to jump into the presentation once again. There we go. Now this is a series by Jeffrey Way, who knows a thing or two about jQuery, for absolute beginners. If you need clarification about downloading, implementing and using jQuery, this series is well worth a look. Now before we jump into the next video, I'd like you to practice what we've just done and implement the Mulsup jQuery cycle plugin. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to look at the last bit of our jQuery behavior by styling our form and applying some validation. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us here at TutsPlus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a TutsPlus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to continue with the behavioral aspect of our corporate website by implementing some form validation. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Firstly, we'll take a look at what form validation is. Then we'll move on to our own project and update our CSS to style the form. Once that's done, we'll look at using a jQuery validation plugin. Lastly, as ever, I'll point you towards some further reading and set an assignment. Now, we've discussed forms before while we were designing our own, and we mentioned that forms are a classic potential stumbling block for users. One aspect of ensuring good usability on a form is to implement good form validation. We need users to understand what is required of them, and in the event of them not complying, by neglecting to fill in crucial information for example, we need them to be made clearly aware of it. Correct completion of a form is also often necessary for the form to actually work. If an email address is incorrectly entered, that could have problematic consequences. So how do we validate form data? Well, we need to check what's been entered as soon as the form is submitted. This can be done server-side, i.e. the data is checked by a PHP or ASP Ruby script for example, then in the event of a problem returns to the form to alert the user. We can also do this client-side by using JavaScript, which is what we're going to be doing using a jQuery plugin. In our case, the data is going to be checked real-time in the browser. It's also possible these days to use validation native to HTML5. Now this is in its early stages of implementation of course, and not all browsers support it, but it will no doubt become standard relatively soon. For now though, let's jump into our CSS and clean up our own form. We'll leave our presentation there and remind ourselves what we were supposed to be dealing with by jumping into the PSD. This is what we were aiming for. And now if we open up our browser, we can see what we currently have. Now it's a long way to go, but actually there are only a few relatively simple rules required to get that looking ship shape. So let's open Coda, our project. And we'll begin at the bottom of our CSS file. Actually, it's about time I move this clear fix stuff to the top because it's a sort of a general set of rules. Now we'll begin with our form styling at the bottom of our CSS. So we'll leave that there. Now the first thing we need to do is address the issue of the inputs and the text areas. Sorry, there was only one. They need significant styling. For a kickoff, they need to be the full width of our column, and I'm going to give them a bit of padding as well, and text indents just to shove the text. Oops, sorry, where is it? Within that field, a couple of pixels in, just to suggest more padding. Okay, that's looking better already. Now let's remove all the borders and the outlines, aside from, of course, that sizable green border which we placed on the bottom. This also defines some of the height and the line height of the input. There we go. Now instantly we've made a significant difference, and that's looking much more effective. We now need to apply a specific couple of styles to the text area because that differs in some ways, namely the height. So I'm going to just grab a rule for that. Again, you'll have to excuse me copying and pasting all the time, but the clock is ticking, I'm afraid, so I'm going to keep it brief. Okay, that's looking good. We now need to make sure that our label at the top there has a similar margin on the bottom to our paragraphs in order to bump down these inputs just to keep things nicely in line on the baseline grid there. So if I grab a rule for that, stick that in there, that displays our labels as a block and gives them a margin on the bottom. Okay, that's much neater. I do actually need to increase the size of that image whilst I'm about it. This was our map image, if you recall, that we're pulling from the Google Maps server. That's just going to bring our form nicely in line. Now there is one issue which is causing that to be slightly further down, and that is this required notification, which we're actually going to position absolutely within the parent paragraph tag. So that's going to fit up there and not be pushing anything further down. So in order for that to work, we'll first need a position of relative on our paragraph itself. So that's just saying that with any paragraph tags within our contact form are going to have that position of relative. Now if I grab our little error label styling, like so, I'll put that underneath here. And you can see I'm positioning it absolutely at the top and 5 pixels inwards. The text is also aligned to the right, and I've given the whole thing a width of 80% just to arbitrarily stick it there in the top corner. I've given it that red colour which we worked on in our document, in our PSD, and I've assigned the correct typeface, size and font style italic there. So if I just save that and refresh quickly, you'll see that it's instantly a great deal more effective, and that everything else is now lining up much more conveniently for us. Now all we need to do is throw some styles onto our button there. So I will grab those simply like so. Now it looks complex, but there's not an awful lot going on here actually. I've added a WebKit transition just to experiment with the transition in Chrome, which we're testing in at the moment. You can see I've assigned a width and a height of 60 pixels, also a line height of 60 pixels, which is going to vertically center our text. Text align center deals with the horizontal centering. Then I've applied a margin to shunt it over towards the right. This border radius of half its width and height is going to turn it into a nice neat circle for us, with a background of that green color, no outline or border, and crucially I've assigned the cursor to be a pointer cursor, because we need to make it clear when we hover over our button that it actually behaves like a button. Let's now just give it a hover state by lightening the color and darkening the text like so. And that transition has made that just a little bit smoother for us. Now of course we can apply a similar idea that we did with our social links, because if I open up the PSD again, we did actually in our sprite cater for this button by adding a circle for both the normal and the hover states. So by editing our IE CSS file, we can actually make sure that in Internet Explorer older versions which don't support this styling can actually have a similar effect. Okay, so that's all style. That's looking a lot better. Now all we need to do is take care of this error alert dynamically. We're going to actually go and grab our validation plugin now and concentrate on implementing it into our site. Now this is the basassistents.e website. This is courtesy of Jorn Zaffera. Apologies if I've said that wrong, I undoubtedly have. He's one of the main contributors to the jQuery library. So this is a rock solid plugin with years of development behind it, and it's been used on some pretty big sites as well. So we're just going to grab it from the download link like so, and there it is straight away. I'm going to show that in the Finder and remove the browser window. Now we're going to unzip it, and you can see there's an awful lot that comes with it, some various demos and ideas, but actually we need very little of this. We really just need to grab either the whole main script or the minimized version. It makes very little difference which. So I'm going to grab the main validation script and just plug that straight into our JavaScript folder in our project. Now in a very similar fashion to our slideshow script, we basically just need to reference it underneath
our having referenced jQuery to begin with. Let's make sure I name this correctly. That is validate. Classic opportunity to mess things up with a typo there. Okay, and now all it remains to do, having referenced it, is call the functions methods in our document ready method. So it's very similar syntax, which is why I've just copied and pasted that. We'll just comment that to make sure we know what we're dealing with. Now we're going to be targeting our contact form through its class contact form there. So I'll just paste that in there, and we are just calling the validate method. Simple as that. We're not doing anything fancy. We're just letting the whole thing do its job. So we're going to save that, and that is everything there that needed to be done. One more thing, we actually need to prepare our form for the script. We need to determine what we need to be required, if anything, and various other data validation. We'll get rid of this label here because that was our manual bit of static markup. That's all going to be dealt with dynamically. Now, in order for our name input to be declared required, that's exactly what we have to do. We have to give it a class of required. Simple as that. The same applies to our email input. One more class is needed there because we need that to be treated as an email. We need to make sure that a valid email is inputted in here. Our message will just leave as it is. So we'll hit save. Where is my site? Excuse me, there we go. Let's refresh that, and then hopefully that's dealt with everything we needed. So I'll hit send, and you can see there that this field is required, and if I just type some gibberish into the email field, you can see that we are required to enter a valid email address. That's perfectly clear. Actually, there's one thing missing because our PSD actually catered for slightly more clarity. We added a red border to the bottom of our error input, so I'm going to add that as well. This is our label error here. So all I need to do is overwrite the initial border by placing it slightly afterwards. Now this dictates that any input with a class of error, which is what's assigned by the script, is now going to get a 5-pixel border of our red. Save that. Refresh my page, and there we go. There's our border. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. Does the job. So, time for some further reading as always. Jump back into our presentation. There we go. Now we mentioned the most recent alternative to our jQuery form validation, and that is the native HTML5 validation. If you'd like to know more about its potential and its current drawbacks, take a look at what Peter Gaston has to say on the matter. Now before we move into the next video, I'd like you to continue with our design, grab the form validation plugin and bring the site up to date. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to look at cross-browser testing. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at here at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to talk about cross-browser testing. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. First off, we're going to talk about the whys and the whens of cross-browser testing. We'll then look at a couple of examples, after which we'll take a provisional look at our own design in various browsers. Before we finish up, I'll suggest some further reading and set an assignment. Now we've spoken before about various browsers and how they have a habit of dealing with markup and styling in different ways. We spoke about graceful degradation and progressive enhancement, and we also catered in our own design for early versions of Internet Explorer. You'll remember I used Adobe Browser Lab to quickly test how our design was rendered in IE versions 8 and 7. Well, now we're going to talk about a couple of options where testing your work across different browsers is concerned. So what are the options?
Well, the easiest and most foolproof way to test across browsers is to have multiple installations. In its simplest form, this would mean having Firefox, Opera, Safari and Chrome all running on your machine. If you're on Windows, then you can run Internet Explorer alongside too. I usually work on a Mac, but I have a laptop running Windows so I can test my sites relatively easily in a wide spectrum of browsers. Now, some browsers don't allow multiple versions to run simultaneously on the same system, such as Internet Explorer. So in order to have several versions, you can either buy a load of computers or run a virtual machine by using a tool such as VMware's Fusion. Another way of testing across various browsers is to use a screenshot service such as Adobe Browser Lab, which we'll look at in a moment, or Browser Shots, for example. These are tools which use their own machines to grab screenshots of your website and send them back to you. They work very effectively for simply checking how things are rendered, but they are limited in that they don't allow for any interaction. Interactivity can be achieved by using a simulator service such as Spoon's browser tools. There are lots of examples, some of which run in your browser, others require you to run a downloadable application. Now, the advantage of running virtual browsers is that you can test your website with all its bells and whistles. You can play embedded video, interact with any JavaScript, follow links, experience your hover states, and even log into secure sessions. Now, before we look at our design with Adobe Browser Lab, it's worth mentioning that cross-browser testing should be performed early on and often while building a website. By testing each time a significant change is made, you're more likely to save yourself headaches further down the line. Okay, let's have a look at our own website. I'll just escape from the presentation and I'll open up Google Chrome, and there you can see it in its current state, all behaving very nicely, as you'd expect in Google Chrome. But now if we take a look in Adobe Browser Lab, first I'm going to grab that URL, copy that. We'll have a look in Adobe Browser Lab. Now in order to use this, you're going to need an account by Adobe, so go and sign yourself up and then you can just log in and play around. It's very straightforward. You have various selections of different browsers which you can use to take a screenshot of any given URL. So let's just pop in our designated URL there. We're loading Internet Explorer 9 at the moment. While that's running, I want to just quickly open up Coda because I noticed last time there were a couple of things in the code which I wanted to just improve upon. For example, at the bottom of our index.html, you'll see I've used the type text JavaScript in my script tags, and that's a habit I still haven't shaken. In HTML5 that's no longer necessary because the type of text JavaScript is implied. It's a default, so we don't even need to suggest what type we're using there. So that's cleaned up our HTML a little bit, and now I just wanted to improve one thing, which was in the style CSS I'd assigned the wrong group, the wrong class to our little IE7 and IE6 hacks there on our clear fix. So that's improved that. I'm now going to publish those back up to the web version. Okay, now you can see back in Browser Lab we have our IE9 version already rendered. That looks great. There are no problems with that from what I can make out. However, we're going to now check IE8, see how that's going. There we go. Oh, okay, that's lovely. You'll remember we'd already witnessed this once, so that wasn't entirely an entire shock for me there. And IE7, we'll check that as well. Now you can use various bits and bobs up here. For example, if part of our rendering was reliant on JavaScript, we could delay the screenshot, say by 10 seconds before the screenshot was actually taken. Now IE7 isn't having quite so many problems. They are both having issues with clearing these floats by the look of it. They both have this send button for our form, which we haven't yet catered for using our sprite PNG, and they've both assigned a background color to our slide here for some reason. Okay, so these are all problems in Internet Explorer. I happen to know that the Chrome is fine and that all other browsers are fine. I can check in Firefox here, for example, as well, just to show you. We've already assigned our own little IE CSS file, so we can neatly just deal with all these problems separate from the rest of our code. Go on, just finish this and then we'll get on with it. Okay, and you can see Firefox also there having no great issues. Okay, let's just get rid of that then. So we'll move into our IE CSS. The first thing we're going to do is deal with our button. We're going to use a very simple principle, exactly the same as we did with our social buttons here. We're just going to redefine the dimensions slightly, because it needs to be slightly smaller, and we're going to assign the sprite PNG as its background. Now we're also going to give it a hover state, of course. So let's just plonk this in here, like so, and that was exactly the same, but we had to shift our sprite another 100 pixels vertically upwards. Okay, so we save that. That's that done. Open Chrome again, and let's just quickly where are we? Let's quickly reset IE8. Okay, so that's dealt with our button perfectly well there. Okay, secondly, we need to get rid of this horrendous white background, so we'll assign the same background as the rest of our oh, that's not right there, is it? That's the rest of our backgrounds. That's the subtle freckles ping. I've already sort of played around with this, as you can probably tell, because fixing many of these broken things in Internet Explorer can take an awful long time, and it's not something you particularly want to witness whilst my slow brain figures it all out. Okay, let's fix these broken clearing float things. That just wasn't working, was it? Now, it took me a while to figure out exactly what the problem was here, and I still haven't actually worked it out, but I did work out that by floating the sections and the footer to the left and giving them a width of 100% to make sure they filled the page as well, the clearing then took effect. So let's grab Chrome again and go and reset our browser screenshot. There we go. Okay, and you can see that for whatever reason, having floated my main sections, those elements there, the clear fix has now taken effect. So that's fine, it's solved, and that's all I need to be concerned about, and the same applies to IE7. Okay, very good. It is just worth restating that even though Adobe Browser Labs recognizes links, and we can follow links to move to different pages, it obviously can't recreate any of the JavaScript effects, such as our form validation or our slideshow. So we can't actually test the effectiveness of those in older browsers. Okay, let's get rid of this. We've dealt with that for the time being, so we'll get rid of that. And it's now time, once again, for some further reading. Now, I'd like you to check out this poll we ran on Web Design Tuts, where we asked readers about their preferred methods of cross-browser testing. You can go and see the results for yourself, and there's also a much more exhaustive list of cross-browser testing tools. Before we jump into the next video, I have an assignment for you. I'd like you to familiarize yourself with a testing tool of some kind. Use the source code from the previous video, which I hadn't at that point corrected for Internet Explorer, and play around with it. Next time on 30 Days to Your First Website Design, we're going to finish things off by looking at Google Analytics. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome back to 30 Days to Your First Website Design, a Tuts Plus premium course. I'm Ian Yates, and today we're going to quickly implement Google Analytics. We'll begin as always by taking a quick look at what we're going to cover in this video. Firstly, we'll look at implementing Google Analytics before we take a look at some of the basic usage, and then I'm going to suggest some further reading and set a very simple task. Now, Google Analytics is a very useful tool, and in the last few years it's become common practice to implement it in any site. There are alternative tools for tracking your traffic, but Google Analytics is free, it's hugely capable, and it's growing all the time. Let's quickly go to our site and implement Google Analytics as we go. Now here we have our site open in Coda. I did want to just mention a couple of changes I've made before we jump into Analytics. Last time, you remember, I cleaned up a little bit of the code. I've since condensed some of the lines just to trim things down a little bit, but not an awful lot has happened in the HTML markup. However, in our CSS file, by our ClearFix group of rules, I did have a couple of lines which were Internet Explorer specific. They were these little hacks here for IE6 and IE7. With no need to have those in our main style sheet. They're just padding things out unnecessarily, so I've stuck those in our specific style sheet for Internet Explorer. Now if we open up Chrome, you'll see that I've made a couple of changes to the design itself just to bring it totally up to date with our PSD. I brought our menu items for our primary navigation down to be in line horizontally with our logo there. I've added a little more spacing around these images and added this horizontal border on top of our section there. And lastly, there is this vertical line in between our map and our form. That takes everything totally up to date. The design, the markup, the CSS, it's all completely done and dusted. So now let's go over to Google Analytics and grab some tracking code. Now in order to set yourself up with Analytics, you're going to need a Google account. Assuming you have that, you can then just go and enter Google Analytics and add as many domains as you like, pretty much. Assuming you stay within certain traffic boundaries, you won't have to pay anything either. Those boundaries are fairly high, so I wouldn't worry about those. Now we're setting up a new profile here. I'm just going to use our fictional domain name here. So I'm going to add that as a URL, as a new domain. In principle, we're in Australia, in Melbourne, so having set up our location and our time zone, we click on Finish. Simple as that. Now we're presented with some tracking code. You'll notice we have our unique identifier here, and that's also present in our code. And we're being told that the tracking hasn't been installed. This simply means that we haven't put the code within our markup. So let's grab that, Command and C to copy it, and then we'll move over to Coda and put it in our index.html. Now it's recommended you put it in your head. You could also put it down in the footer, just like we have done with our other JavaScript bits and bobs. You'll remember the reason for doing that was to aid our page loading time, and that would in fact continue along that sort of theory if we were to add our code here. But Google Analytics do recommend you stick it within your head tags just before your closing head there. Let's just push that over. The reason being that there is a chance, just comment that so I know where we are. There is a chance people will enter your page and leave before the whole page has had time to properly render. That would mean that your Google Analytics tracking code doesn't have time to register the page visit. Putting it in your head does increase that chance. So we'll save that, push that to the web, and that's then done. So it will take quite a bit of time for that to register, 24 hours or so. It will keep checking, and then at a certain point you'll be rewarded with a nice green tick there to show that your tracking has been installed. Once that's the case, you can then start analysing your metrics, which will be presented with on a dashboard similar to this. Now you can clearly see your visitor numbers, you can see your page views, you can see your bounce rate, for example. You remember we discussed that earlier in the series. You can see the locations of your users and all sorts of things. Now it's all very well to observe your visitor numbers rising and falling like this, but the true value is in understanding why your site behaves as it does and reacting upon that. You can use notations, for example. Let's add a little notation to the 26th of September there. We'll say it's my birthday. It's not true, but we'll put that in anyway. That could be a significant influence on things, you never know. That's just one such example. You can observe the most active times of the day. Let's have a look at visits here, and then we'll change the metric by hourly. There we go. We can see at what time of the day the most activity occurs. You can lay out funnels, for example, and goals. You remember we talked about those as well. Let's just have a quick look in goals here. I haven't actually set any up, so that's not remotely exciting. But where have we got funnel visualization? You can see funnels there as well. Now, funnels are routes through your site which observe how effectively people navigate to the goals that you set out. Now, reacting to the data and improving your site as a result is the true value to implementing Google Analytics. There's so much information available, but the first hurdle is, of course, implementing it and collecting the data. Okay, it's time for some further reading. I've mentioned this one before, but actually that was all the way at the beginning of the series, and it applies equally well on this occasion. A beginner's guide to successful conversion looks in more detail at setting up and analysing goals and funnels within Google Analytics. Now, I'd like you now to sign up for an Analytics account if you don't already have one, and implement Google Analytics on your site. Okay, that just about wraps things up. I'm Ian Yates, and from all of us at Tuts Plus, thanks for watching. Hi guys, well done. You've reached the end of 30 days to your first website design, a Tuts Plus premium course. We've come a long way, and I hope you've picked up some useful information as we've done so. Remember, website design isn't simply about throwing pieces together in Photoshop. It isn't just markup, styling and JavaScript trickery. It's about decision making. With any luck, you're now aware of the types of decisions which need to be made throughout the process. So take what you've learnt and have fun using your new skills in the real world. My name's Ian Yates, and from all of us here at Tuts Plus, including John, Barry and Kenneth, thanks very much for watching.